Which is, sir? Shall I start? Which is, sir? Shall I start? Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So, a very good afternoon to all distinguished dignitaries, respected scholars, researchers, academicians, students, and participants from across the globe. It is my great honor to welcome you to day two of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Yoga, Music, Health, Culture, Education, and Science. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere appreciation to all participants who contributed to the success of day one through their insightful presentations, scholarly discussions, and active engagement. Yesterday's sessions demonstrated the importance of interdisciplinary research in addressing contemporary societal challenges. The exchange of ideas among researchers from diverse academic backgrounds highlighted how collaboration across disciplines can generate innovative approaches to knowledge, policy, and practice. Today, as we continue our academic journey, we also celebrate the enduring significance of yoga, particularly in promoting holistic health, mental well being, and social harmony. Alongside this, our discussions on music, culture, education, health, and science will further enrich our understanding of human development and global progress. This conference serves as a bridge connecting scholars, institutions, and nations through a common pursuit of knowledge and excellence. It reminds us that meaningful research transcends disciplinary boundaries and geographical borders, creating opportunities for innovative and positive social transformation. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing institutions, Social Studies Teachers Forum Indonesia, Bliss Education Center Indonesia, Global Forum for Peace and Development, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association, CEL International, for their vision, commitment, continuous support in organizing this international academic event. I also thank our respected keynote speakers, technical team members, reviewers, session chairs, presenters, and participants for their invaluable contributions. As we proceed with today's sessions, I encourage all participants to continue sharing ideas, engaging in scholarly dialogue, and building academic collaborations that extend beyond this conference. Let us make day two equally productive, inspiring, and memorable. With great pleasure, I welcome you all once again to day two of this international conference and wish you a successful and enriching academic experience. Thank you. Let us begin today's proceedings. At the onset, I would like to invite our guest speaker, respected Dr. Anupama Chaudhary ma'am. Respected Dr. Anupama Chaudhary ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes,
Okay. Principal and Professor, Women's College, Calcutta, West Bengal, India, Vice President, SSMWA, West Bengal State, Executive Council Member, SSMWA. Ma'am, welcome to the conference and over to you.
thank you very much, and my humble namaskar to all of you. Deeply honored. Am I audible? Ma'am, am I
Yes,
audible?
yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
you're on.
So it's I'm deeply honored and privileged to share my ideas in this august platform in front of these luminous dignitaries. So before I begin my presentation, I'd like to thank the organizers. We have Social Studies Teachers Forum Indonesia, Bliss Education Center Indonesia, Global Forum for Peace and Development, Social Science and Management Welfare Association, CEL International. And along with that, I'd like also to thank my humble gratitude to Professor Brajesh Kumar of ISSMWA for this invite. I'm also thankful to each and every one of the organizing committee and to each of the delegates, dignitaries, and the esteemed participants. So with this humble submission, may I now, with your permission, share my screen with you. May I share my screen with you, ma'am? May I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can. Yes.
So I'll be talking about multidisciplinary research on music, yoga, and culture. Along with that, as Madam has already said, this is an international seminar, but there has been discourses on so many ideas, so many ways of looking into things, also including science, health, education, and whatnot. But the main purpose is to bring about a holistic development in education. India is a land which is of the land of diversity. But the beauty of this land is that in this diversity only we have unity. And that unity is achieved only through this idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where we feel that nest, where we are all interconnected. And this brings us to this idea of interconnectedness, which is also propounded by the Zen philosophers. We call it interbeing. So each one of us, whether we are into research, whether we are into academics, everywhere out there, we are trying to develop in our own way. And the research that we are taking up should be multidisciplinary because we are talking about a network. We are like roots of trees, each connected to the other. And therein lies the importance of taking up multiple disciplines in our studies. I'd like to begin with a very important statement given by the master in yoga, the yoga guru, B.K.S. Iyengar. So today, as we all know, it's 21st June, International Yoga Day. So he says that yoga is like music. The rhythm of the body, the melody of the mind, the harmony of the soul create the symphony of life. For me, the most important word out here is symphony. To bring a concord, all the discord out there where we are into strife, where the countries are in warfare and other things, we need to have an absolute symphony within us. And to bring in that symphony, we need a kind of harmony. We need to have this concept that the diversity is the sense of unity only. So, India, as we all know, is the land of Advaitism. It talks about non-dual nature of things. We also know that we talk about Paratantra, which is known as inter-origination. Therefore, we are all inter means in between. Therefore, inter-origination brings in the sense of non-ego, no ego. That means I am not only that self, I go beyond that. So this annihilation of ego, this bringing about of supra-consciousness, the super one level, it can be achieved through research on music, yoga, culture, education, science, health, everything. Therefore, as yesterday, as per the discussions, we are talking about bringing in modern intersection. Therefore, along with ancient traditions, we talk about things as tradition and individual talent. This is a very important statement of T.S. Eliot. So with ancient traditions that we have there, the masters we have there, we also bring in modern psychology. We bring in neuroscience, we bring in therapy. Therefore, these sorts of research would like to investigate and examine how music, yoga, etc., these can reduce stress, regulate brain activity, and transcend cross-cultural barriers. Now, the research questions that we have over here, because there are so many research scholars. So if you think that of certain questions, for example, how do we combine interventions of classical raga-based music therapy with yogic breathing? We talk about pranayam. So how can we bring in that kind of synchronization with music? And how does it affect heart rate variability in patients with anxiety disorders? We know there are lots of people out there suffering from anxiety disorder, from neuro issues, from other things, from stress, tension. So how do we trying to amalgamate these things into the kind of therapy? Also, when you talk about yoga, yoga as only about a synchronized effect. With that, if you talk about music integrated yoga, then is there any improvement in attention and emotional regulation in children with attention deficit disorder? So if they're hyper, like sometimes, so they have attention deficit, and therefore to bring in that attention, what is the role of music and yoga? Also, we are talking about the days of globalization, and we have now YouTube streaming, we have digital streaming. So there is like a kind of transformation. Therefore, transmission of ancient Vedic sound. We talk about sound therapy. So even the sound when you practice that from a very deep naval set, it brings in a kind of concord within your whole system. Therefore, these sorts of yogic philosophies, how can we integrate these things with modern music that we have over there? So any kind of research will be based on some kind of data. So that can be qualitative, that can be quantitative. Here we can use both. So for qualitative, we can have semi-structured interviews, we can have focus groups, we can have participant diaries. I'm not talking about patients, I'm just talking about participant diaries. On the quantitative level, we can go through kind of perceived stress scale. So we know that these kinds of things are there. So stress management, boths are there, doctors are there, therapists are there, even people who can help, who have degrees in that. So we can also measure profile of mood states. We can also measure the ways the heart is regulating through wearable biometrics. Therefore, integrating music, yoga, culture, it shows that all these sorts of combined practices will have neurobiology and psychological resilience. Therefore, it will help us to achieve certain ways of looking into things. So as I already have discussed, you can use mixed method approaches, specifically ethnomusicology. Ethnomusicology, you can also use neurophenomenology to explore how sound and breath modulate human behavior, well-being, and social integration. So for ethnography, we can go for field observation, we can go for participant observation, we can go for in-depth interviews with yoga practitioners, music therapists, performers. Also, we can go for clinical trial methods, where we'll take randomized controlled trials that evaluate specific musical yoga interventions. So with that, we come to how these disciplines that you're talking about, how these affect happiness index. This is a very important thing, because the purpose of life, wherever we are, the purpose, essential purpose of life is to be happy and to have that happiness shared with others. So, Bahujan Sukhaya, Bahujan Hitaya, we call it in Sanskrit. Therefore, we know that in India, the happiness index 2026, it's very low. India has sadly enough ranked 116, whereas Finland is a very small country. It is first in happiness index. Therefore, yoga and psychological balance is very important. Music and emotional regulation is important. Also, we are talking about cultural context and devotion. As I already said, India is the land of Saptasur. It's the land of ragas. Just as the 7 colors of the rainbow, we have the 7 surs also. And combination produces a kind of harmony and happiness. Therefore, be it kirtans, be it bhajans, be it hymns, the ancient ways, bauls, we have also bhakti, we have Sufi. All together, they have this purpose of creating total happiness. Now, what are the findings? Because any type of research will call for findings. We know from here there are neurocognitive therapeutic benefits. This highlights the profound effect of interdisciplinary combination of human biology and mental health. Brain activation. This shows that combining yoga, music intervention, cultural ways of looking into things drastically reduces tension and hyperactivity in youth. For stress reduction, we know that if we use galvanic skin response, this is a technique. It will prove that deep yogic breathing paired with specific flute melodies, because when even if you don't feel asleep at night and you are just keeping awake, you can use flute melodies or techniques like that. It has been seen that we have reduced performance anxiety. We have also gone through musculoskeletal health. Therefore, cultural transmission and heritage, it is always into the positive side. Also, we welcome language constraints to foster social integration. With that, a very important, being Indian, it's a very important thing that we all are spiritual. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about spirituality, where your inner consciousness, it awakes, you become an awakened being. Therefore, practices like these sorts of yoga, this bridge the gap between art and spirituality. Classical Indian texts demonstrate how music is used for mental clarity and spiritual awakening. We have specific categorized data in that, combining yogic breathing with specific musical frequencies, as I was telling you, through flute, through like classical ways of traditional music. It is shown, it has shown that the lower rate heart rate, it goes down, blood pressure becomes more normalized. So it also highlights that such interventions reduces systematic inflammation markers and C-reactive protein. So these are medical terms because we are also talking about science, we are talking about health, we are talking about medical science also. What's the conclusion? Why are these researchers needed? Because we see that stress and mental health are connected. Until and unless we have a positive effect over there from combined by combining yoga, music interventions, we cannot reduce, like I have already given you, autonomic nervous system, the wrongs out there, cortisol levels. It can be modulated. Also, there can be synergy in performing arts. The body movements become synchronized with the ways the nature helps us to see. Therefore, we talk about macrocosm, also we talk about microcosm. The inner thing is microcosm, the outer thing is macrocosm. Therefore, we become one with the trees, we become one with animals, with plants, and everything out there. Therefore, we become also a mini universe. So, also there is holistic neurological impact, like chakra activation through beej mantras, etc. These needs practice, and through regular practice, things can be achieved. I thank again the organizing committee for bringing such a topic which takes on diverse ways of looking into things. And I do suppose that through collaborative research, through ways of exchanges of discourses, new ways of looking into things will be there. We would have holistic development, all round way of developing together. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this really very interesting session where you spoke about the music-based yoga. I could refer back to my own research on mental health and family, art-based therapies. It was really very interesting to know because I've seen patients getting healed with music, with yoga, with art-based therapies and Vipassana. So I think I could closely associate with what you were saying, and it was very interesting with the methodology that you've shown and with some of the numbers that you've shown. So thank you so much, ma'am, for really interesting session at the onset of today's session one. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we move on to our next guest speaker, Dr. Jyoti Mishra ma'am. Respected Dr. Jyoti Mishra ma'am. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Jyoti Mishra ma'am. Our guest speaker, Dr. Jyoti. Ma'am, am I audible? Can you hear me? I can see you present in the session. Jyoti ma'am. Dr. Jyoti?
Am
Jyoti
I
ma'am?
audible? Here is
Yes.
some problem.
So,
There is some network problem.
okay, okay, ma'am. But you are audible
Hello?
now. Ma'am, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible, ma'am.
But you are not audible to me.
Okay, maybe there's some network connection.
There is some problem.
Uh, Now can you hear me, Jyoti ma'am?
Some problem. Hello?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just introduce ma'am. Just 2 seconds. So, ma'am is Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Music and Performing Arts, University of Allahabad, India. Member of Uttar Pradesh Sangeet Natak Academy, Lucknow. Member SSMWA. Welcome to the conference, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Uh, Wait a minute. Good afternoon, distinguished chairpersons of this session, respected delegates, fellow scholars, and participants from around the world here. And it is very much great honor and privilege to be part of this international seminar and to have the opportunity to share my thoughts and experiences with such distinguished audiences. And over the years, I have been actively engaged in research in music field, in teaching and scholarly activities related to this field with a particular interest in exploring innovative approaches and contributing to knowledge development, holistic development, and we can say now this is from Indian government. We are actively engaged in sustainable development in all fields. Today I will be presenting on भारतीय संगीत योग से विज्ञान तक एक बहुआयामी अध्ययन. My medium will be Hindi because it is very easy to me and I think most of the audience for this. And अनुपमा जी ने बहुत ही सुंदर मेरे लिए एक तरह से प्रस्तावना का काम कर दिया. मैं बहुत कुछ उनसे सुन करके मैं इसमें ऐड ऑन भी करना चाहूंगी. In this topic where I hope to share insights, research findings, and understanding of the subject. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'm pleased to begin my presentation in short. Thank you. मैं वीडियो ऑफ रखूं तो चलेगा मैम बिकॉज मेरे घर में थोड़े से छोटे बच्चे हैं मे बी पीछे से आ जाए कुछ है ना.
ठीक है मैम. No problem.
थैंक यू सो मच. तो माय टॉपिक इज भारतीय संगीत योग से विज्ञान तक. ये 2 से 3 दिन पहले सर ने मुझे इस पे चर्चा की थी और मुझे लगता है कि आज चूंकि विश्व योग एवं संगीत दिवस भी है तो मुझे लगा कि ये टॉपिक नया भी नहीं है, पुराना भी नहीं है, पुरातन भी नहीं है और समसामयिक है. और मुझे लगता है कि हजारों हजार वर्ष से अगर हम बात करें तो भारतीय संस्कृति की तो संगीत भी वहीं पर है, योग भी वहीं पर है, विज्ञान भी वहीं पर है, हम भी वहीं पर हैं. कुछ नया नहीं है, सब कुछ वेदों से लिया गया है. आज भी हम वेदों पर आधारित हैं. हम कुछ भी नया करते हैं मतलब इंडियन साइंटिस्ट नया करते हैं या और अराउंड द वर्ल्ड कुछ नया होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका हमें जो मूल मिलता है वो हमें वेदों से मिलता है. तो हमें लगता है कि जो ये जो संगीत है इसको एक दिव्य कला मानना चाहिए क्योंकि इसकी जो विकास है वह केवल कलात्मक अभिव्यक्ति तक सीमित नहीं रहा है बल्कि ये योग है, दर्शन, अध्यात्म, विज्ञान के साथ निरंतर जुड़ा रहा है. योग में संगीत को मन की एकाग्रता, भावनात्मक शुद्धि, आत्म साक्षात्कार, सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन का साधन माना गया है. अगर देखिए जो प्रेजेंट टाइम में जो रिसर्च होते हैं उसमें भी संगीत के अनेक जो लाभ हैं उनको प्रमाणित किया गया है. बहुत इतिहास में तो नहीं जाऊंगी, मुझे लगता है इसका प्रारंभ वेदों से ही माना गया. और मुझे क्या लगता है, मुझे लगता है कि सभी जो संगीत से जुड़े हैं, योग से जुड़े हैं या विज्ञान से जुड़े हैं, उन्हें वेदों से इसकी प्राप्ति होती है। हर चीज की, हर हर मूल की प्राप्ति हमें वेदों से प्राप्त होती है। संगीत की प्राप्ति भी हमें सामवेद से प्राप्त होती है। जब हमारे वैदिक ऋषियों ने यह माना कि ध्वनि में आध्यात्मिक शक्ति निहित है, यही चर्चा जो है भारतीय संगीत की आधारशिला बनी। भरत ने नाट्य शास्त्र में स्वर, ताल, लय, रस का विस्तृत वर्णन किया, तो मध्य युग में रत्नाकर ने और भी वैज्ञानिकता के साथ रत्नाकर में प्रमाणित किया कि भारतीय संगीत पूर्णतः वैज्ञानिक है। और उसी प्रकार उसी समय में कर्नाटक संगीत भी अपने आप में एक स्वरूप को ग्रहण करता चला गया। आधुनिक काल में अगर बात करूं, बहुत शॉर्ट में बोलूंगी, मतलब भातखंडे जी ने, पंडित विष्णु नारायण भातखंडे जी ने और पंडित विष्णु दिगंबर पलुस्कर ने भारतीय संगीत को एक संस्थागत स्वरूप प्रदान किया। जो घराना पद्धति थी वहां से हम संस्थागत में आ गए और हम स्कूल्स में, कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में, एकेडमी में जो है हम म्यूजिक को सीखने लगे। और देखा जाए तो आज यही संस्थागत शिक्षण जो संगीत का था, उसने विश्व भर में संगीत के ऊपर अध्ययन और शोध का एक नया प्रारूप प्रस्तुत किया। भारतीय संगीत पर शोध को, भारतीय चिंतन में संगीत को केवल मनोरंजन का साधन नहीं माना गया। यह आत्मिक उन्नति, जैसा कि अभी अनुपमा जी ने भी बोला, मानसिक संतुलन और सामाजिक समरसता का माध्यम माना गया। इसको योग, ध्यान और नाद साधना से जोड़ा गया। तो हम देखें तो पतंजलि ने लिखा है अपने योग सूत्र में कि योगश चित्त वृत्ति निरोधा, अर्थात चित्त की वृत्तियों का निरोध ही योग है। योग का मुख्य उद्देश्य मन को स्थिर करना है, उसको शुद्ध करना है, उसको संयमित करना है। सांगीतिक वो योग जो है वह प्रक्रिया है जिसमें संगीत के माध्यम से मन को एकाग्र कर ध्यान की अवस्था प्राप्त की जाती है। आप देखते हैं कि हम जब रियाज करते हैं तो हम एक ध्यान में केंद्रित हो जाते हैं, जिसमें स्वर, लय, नाद का उपयोग मानसिक और आध्यात्मिक उन्नति के लिए किया जाता है। साथ ही मैं एक बात और बोलना चाहूंगी कि जो ये नाद योग है, ये मतलब जिसको हम सांगीतिक योग बोल रहे हैं, पर्सपेक्टिवली ये देखा जाए तो ये नाद योग जो है भारतीय योग परंपरा की बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण शाखा है, जिससे हम ध्वनि के माध्यम से ईश्वर को प्राप्त करते हैं। सभी जानते हैं, जो भी यहाँ पे म्यूजिक से रिलेट करते होंगे या म्यूजिक को जानते समझते होंगे, वो उन्हें मालूम है कि संगीत, भारतीय संगीत में दो प्रकार के नाद माने गए। आहत नाद जो बाह्य ध्वनि है, बाहर आउटर साउंड जिससे जो प्राप्त होती है, और एक है अनाहत नाद, इनर सेल्फ, जो हमें अंदर से प्राप्त होती है ध्वनि। संगीत साधन, जो संगीत की जो साधना है, उसका साधन जो है आहत नाद होता है, लेकिन उस आहत नाद के माध्यम से हम अनुभूत करते हैं अनाहत नाद की। और जब हमें अनाहत नाद की अनुभूति होती है तो हम ईश्वर की प्राप्ति करते हैं। ऐसा हमारे वैदिक ऋषियों को मानना था। सामवेद इसी पे आधारित है। भारतीय दर्शन में कहा गया है नादः ब्रह्म, मतलब नाद ही ब्रह्म है। तो जब हमें अनाहत नाद की प्राप्ति होती है तो हम ब्रह्म को प्राप्त करते हैं। संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड ध्वनि और कंपन पर आधारित होने के कारण आधुनिक भौतिकी, मतलब जो हमारा जो आज का फिजिक्स है, न्यूरोफिजिक्स है, एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स है, ये सभी स्वीकार करते हैं कि प्रत्येक जो पदार्थ है, ईच एलिमेंट सूक्ष्म स्तर पर कंपनशील है। आप कभी ध्यान दीजिए, बहुत बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगी कि आप अपना हाथ एकदम ऐसे ही एयर में ऐसे ही खड़ा कर दीजिए, आपको दिखाई पड़ेगा आपके हाथ में एक मतलब एक वाइब्रेशन सी हो रही है, दिखता है वो कि हाँ आपका हाथ हिल रहा है। हम कहते हैं आपका हाथ कमजोर हो रहा है, बूढ़ों में ये ज्यादा दिखता है, थोड़ा सा यंग एज के लोगों में कम दिखता है, लेकिन आप थोड़ा गौर करेंगे आपको दिखेगा कि आपका हाथ हिल रहा है। तो हर एक छोटी चीज में कंपन होता है, और यही जो कंपनशीलता है, नाद ब्रह्म की अवधारणा वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से यहीं पर आधारित है, क्योंकि जो कंपन है वो ध्वनि के द्वारा प्राप्त होता है, क्योंकि जो ध्वनि है वो आर पार हो सकती है। ठीक है। अब संगीत में जो ये हम मानेंगे कि हम अनाहत की प्राप्ति कैसे करते हैं, चूंकि मेरा टॉपिक है भारतीय संगीत योग से विज्ञान तक, तो मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगी कि मानव शरीर में 7 प्रमुख चक्र होते हैं। मूलाधार, स्वादिष्ठान, आपका मणिपुर, अनाहत, विशुद्ध, आज्ञा, सहस्रार। अब आपको मैं देखिए, मैं सीक्वेंस वाइज बता रही हूँ। आप जब सा का उच्चारण करते हैं तो मूल आधार का आपको प्राप्ति होगी। आप धीरे धीरे आप सा को उच्चारित करिए तो आपको मूलाधार आपका जागृत हो जाएगा। रे का उच्चारण करेंगे तो स्वाधिष्ठान का आपका जागृत होगा। वहीं पर जो है ग का उच्चारण करेंगे तो मणिपुर चक्र आपका जागृत हो जाएगा। जैसे ही आप मध्यम का उच्चारण प्राप्त कर लेते हैं और मध्यम आप एकदम एग्जैक्ट पोजीशन में लगाना प्रारंभ करते हैं, आपका अनाहत चक्र जो है वो जागृत होता है। और जैसे ही अनाहत चक्र आपका जागृत होता है, आपको पंचम की विशुद्ध अवस्था प्राप्त होती है, जो जिसका चक्र है विशुद्ध। धैवत आप लगाते हैं, आपको आज्ञा प्राप्त होने लगती है, आपको संचरण होने लगता है आपके शरीर में कि आप सुरों को सही प्रकार से लगा पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि धैवत का प्रयोग संगीत में सबसे कठिन माना गया है। तत्पश्चात निषाद पे आते हैं, सहस्त्रार। आपके सातों सुर जो है बहुत ही प्रोमिनेंट तरीके से, बहुत ही शुद्ध तरीके से आप लगा सकते हैं। वेट अ मिनट। वेरी सॉरी।
No
संगीत के
problem.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी। संगीत के अभ्यास से इन ऊर्जा केंद्रों को संतुलन होने में थोड़ा है, थोड़ा रियाज में थोड़ा टाइम लगता है हमें। हर एक व्यक्ति का अपने रियाज का तरीका है, उस तरीका से प्राप्त करने में समय लगता है। लेकिन जब आप किसी मानंद गुरु के माध्यम से इस रियाज पद्धति को अपनाते हैं तो आपके ये सातों चक्र फुल फेज तरीके से जागृत हो जाते हैं। और आप अक्सर देखिए, जो अच्छे संगीतज्ञ होते हैं ना, तो उनका जो सिक्स सेंस होता है वो बहुत एक्टिवेट होता है, बहुत ही ज्यादा एक्टिव होता है। उनको जैसे महसूस होता है कि मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, ये सही है, या मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, मैं ये गलत है। तो इस तरीके से हम देखते हैं ये सातों चक्र संगीत के माध्यम से, सांगीतिक योग के माध्यम से, क्योंकि ये ध्यान की अवस्था है। हम जब स्वरों को प्रयोग करते हैं तो वो ध्यान में जाकर के हम प्रयोग करते हैं। हमारा जो संकेंद्रण है वो पूरा बहुत ही प्रोमिनेंट अवस्था में हमें प्राप्त होता है। जब हम योग के माध्यम से संगीत को प्राप्त करते हैं तो हमें वहीं से ध्वनि विज्ञान की भी प्राप्ति होती है। ध्वनि ऊर्जा का वह स्वरूप है जो तरंगों के माध्यम से संचरित होती है, और संगीत इन ध्वनि तरंगों का मतलब व्यवस्थित संयोजन है, एकदम सिस्टमेटिक संयोजन है। ये प्रत्येक स्वर की अपनी जो निश्चित आवृत्ति होती है, उस स्वर सामंजस्य पूर्ण रूप से जो है मस्तिष्क और शरीर पर एक सकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ता है। आप देखेंगे कि जब सांगीतिक व्यक्ति जो गायक है, मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगी, वो जब रियाज करता है तो वो तानपुरा रियाज करता है। तानपुरे पे आजकल लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक तानपुरा इस्तेमाल करते हैं, और लेकिन मैं बात कर रही हूँ मैनुअल तानपुरे की, क्योंकि जब व्यक्ति रियाज करने बैठता है तो पहले मैनुअल तानपुरे को ट्यून करता है। तो जब उसका प्रयोग अनुनाद उत्पन्न करने के लिए किया जाता है, रेजोनेंस उत्पन्न करने के लिए किया जाता है। यह अनुनाद जो है ये मानसिक स्थिरता और ध्यान की अवस्था को प्रोत्साहित करता है, क्योंकि जब आप गाएंगे, गाने से पहले ही आपको ध्यान चाहिए, किस चीज पे ध्यान केंद्रित करना है कि आपके सुर, आपका जो सुर है, तानपुरे का जो सुर है वो एग्जैक्ट फॉर्म में लगा है, मिला हुआ तानपुरा है या नहीं है। नहीं है तो हम इसको मिला लें। और जब करते करते रियाज करते करते इतना हमें प्रैक्टिस हो जाता है तो हम अपने सुर को, हमारा ए शार्प है या ए है या सी डी जो भी है, जिस भी सुर में हम गाते हो, वो मुझे अनहत रूप से प्राप्त होने लगता है। हम अपने ही सुर से तानपुरा भी मिला लेते हैं। ये बहुत ही नॉमिनल सी चीज है और बहुत अच्छे कलाकार इसको बहुत ही आसानी से कर लेते हैं। आधुनिक न्यूरोसाइंस के अनुसार संगीत सुनने पर मस्तिष्क के अनेक जो छोटे छोटे न्यूरोज होते हैं ना, बहुत ही जो क्षेत्र होते हैं मस्तिष्क में, मैं बहुत बहुत अच्छा, मैं न्यूरो साइंटिस्ट तो नहीं हूँ, वो सक्रिय हो जाते हैं। लेकिन ये मेरा मानना है, जितना भी मैंने पढ़ाई की, मैंने देखा है इस चीज को, कि आप संगीत सुनिए और जिस प्रकार का आप संगीत सुनते हैं वैसे वैसे आपकी मन स्थिति विद इन सम सेकेंड्स, फ्यू सेकेंड्स आपको प्राप्त होने लगती है। संगीत सुनने का जो प्रभाव होता है बेसिकली वो स्मृति में वृद्धि करता है। ये मेरा मानना है कि कोई भी व्यक्ति जो होता है बेसुरा नहीं होता है, उसके अपने सुर के आधार अलग अलग होते हैं। हर व्यक्ति संगीत सीख सकता है। ऐसा क्यों है कि बंगाल, पश्चिम बंगाल में, हमारे भारत में बंगाल का जो क्षेत्र है वहां प्रत्येक घर में लोग संगीत गाते हैं? ऐसा क्यों है कि महाराष्ट्र में सभी घरों में संगीत गाया जाता है? थोड़ा नॉर्थ इंडिया में देखा जाए तो नॉर्थ इंडिया में क्लासिकल म्यूजिक थोड़ा सा कम है, लेकिन संगीत हमेशा है। लोक संगीत हर व्यक्ति गाता है, भजन हर व्यक्ति गाता है। हो सकता है कि बंगाल में, महाराष्ट्र में क्लासिकल म्यूजिक लोग ज्यादा सुनते हो, साउथ इंडिया में क्लासिकल म्यूजिक ज्यादा सुनते हैं, लेकिन ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा तथ्य है कि वहाँ के क्लासिकल म्यूजिक में, बंगाल में रविंद्र संगीत की प्रमुखता है, महाराष्ट्र में वहाँ के अभंग वगैरह ज्यादा सुने जाते हैं, साउथ में पद सुने जाते हैं। तो उसी तरीके से नॉर्थ इंडिया में भजन सुने जाते हैं, लोक संगीत सुने जाते हैं, गजलें सुनी जाती हैं। तो संगीत का कोई भी फॉर्म हो, जब आप सुनते हैं तो आपकी स्मृति में वृद्धि होती है। आप समटाइम आप ध्यान दीजिए कि आपको हो सकता है कोई भजन ना याद हो, लेकिन जब आप गाते गाते उसे याद करते हैं तो आप पूरा भजन गा लेते हैं। आपकी ध्यान की क्षमता में सुधार होता है, रचनात्मकता का विकास होता है, और सबसे बड़ी चीज, आपके तनाव में कमी आती है और भावनात्मक संतुलन आपका बन जाता है। आप ध्यान दीजिए, जो छोटे बच्चे होते हैं, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के बच्चे होते हैं, आप उन्हें डांट दीजिए वो रोने लगेंगे, लेकिन आप थोड़ी देर बाद उन्हें म्यूजिक बैठा दीजिए, उन्हें सुनाइए, तो उनका जो भावना, जो वो इमोशनली जो उनका आंसू आ रहा है, वो धीरे धीरे रोना बंद करेंगे, वो स्टेबल होंगे, उनकी भावनात्मकता में सुधार आता है। यही चीज आप जब बड़े होते हैं, किसी कारणवश आप इमोशनली हर्ट हैं और उसी समय पे आप संगीत सुनिए, आपको कुछ ही समय लगेगा कि आपकी भावनात्मकता का जो स्तर है, जो आप बहुत ही ज्यादा मतलब हर्ट फील कर रहे थे, आप वहां से नीचे उतरेंगे। अगर आप बहुत क्रोधित महसूस कर रहे हैं, बहुत गुस्से में आप महसूस कर रहे हैं, वो भी आपका कम हो जाता है। संगीत का मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पे बहुत प्रभाव पड़ता है। आजकल का जो समय है, आफ्टर कोविड, मुझे लगता है कि पूरा वर्ल्ड सिनेरियो बहुत चेंज हो गया। हर किसी को लगा है कि बस मैं ही तो सुपर पावर हूँ, अमेरिका हो, चीन हो, रशिया हो, और इंडिया तो खैर शुरू से ही मुझे लगता है कि सुपर पावर है, आप सबको भी लगता होगा, लेकिन इंडिया को भी लगता है कि भाई हम भी सुपर पावर, जिसको देखो वही वॉर जोन में जा रहा है। इसमें सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ किसे है? सामान्य जनजीवन को। हमारे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पे असर पड़ता है। किसी भी देश में अगर ऐसा कुछ वॉर जोन होता है तो वहां पे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पे असर पड़ता है। लेकिन संगीत है और योग है, ये ऐसी दो चीजें हमारे हाथ में अमृत तुल्य हैं, जो चिंता में कमी करते हैं, अवसाद के लक्षणों में सुधार करते हैं, आत्मविश्वास में वृद्धि करते हैं और सकारात्मक सोच का विकास करते हैं। और सबसे बड़ी चीज, जो योग है, जो संगीत है, वो सामाजिक सहभागिता में भी वृद्धि करता है। अभी कुछ देर पहले अनुपमा जी ने राग चिकित्सा पे बात की, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि उस पर ज्यादा चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन हाँ, कुछ रागें जरूर ऐसी कि जिन्हें आप रेगुलर सुनेंगे, जैसे कि मॉर्निंग के टाइम पे जो लोग भैरव सुनना पसंद करते हो, हाँ, स्पेसिफिक टाइम्स होते हैं रागों के, अगर आप उस समय सुनेंगे, जैसे दवाओं का समय होता है ना कि खाने के बाद खाएंगे तो ये असर होगा, और अगर आपने गलती से खाने के पहले खा लिया तो वो असर नहीं होगा, हो सकता है पेट भी खराब हो जाए। तो एज सच रागों के साथ भी है कि रागों का जो गायन समय है, उस समय के पे आप अगर रागों को सुनेंगे तो आपको उनके दिए हुए जो प्रभाव है, बताए हुए प्रभाव हैं, उनमें आपको जरूर प्राप्ति होगी। जैसे यमन में आपको मानसिक जो है शांति मिलती है, माफ कीजिएगा भैरव में, और यमन में आपको मिलती है सकारात्मक ऊर्जा। आप शाम को 5 से 7 के बाद, जो 5 बजे से 7 बजे के बीच में आप यमन सुनिए, आपको वो फीलिंग नहीं आएगी। लेकिन जैसे ही 7 बजेगा, मतलब मैं एक टाइम बता रही हूँ आपको, 7 से 10 के बीच में आप यमन को सुनिए, आपको महसूस होगा, अगर आप बहुत अच्छे म्यूजिशियन हैं तो कुछ स्वर लगाने पर आपको गूज बम्स भी आएंगे। आपको लगेगा कि हमारे रोए खड़े हो रहे हैं, हमें कुछ एनर्जी मिल रही है। और भी बहुत से राग हैं। चिंतन और ध्यान केंद्रित के लिए बहुत ही प्यारा राग है जो मुझे बहुत पसंद है, मालकंश। बहुत ही सुंदर, कभी सुन के देखिएगा। अगर आप लोग क्लासिकल म्यूजिक वाले नहीं है तो फिल्म म्यूजिक में सुनिए, मालकंश पे बहुत सारे गीत हैं और आप देखेंगे 3-4 गाने सुनेंगे, आपको लगेगा कि हाँ सही बात है, इसमें ध्यान आपको बहुत केंद्रित करने को मिलता है। ध्यान की प्रक्रिया में संगीत मन को स्थिर करने का बहुत ही प्रभावी साधन है, ये मुझे लगता है ये सभी मानते हैं। और ध्यान में जो आप संगीत प्रयुक्त कर सकते हैं, जो म्यूजिक वाले नहीं है, मैं उनके लिए बता रही हूँ। ओमकार की ध्वनि, आप कुछ मत करिए, आप मॉर्निंग में उठिए, दोपहर में जब आपके पास खाली समय, आप बहुत स्ट्रेस फील कर रहे हो, शाम को घर पे आने के बाद जब आप बहुत थके हुए हो, बच्चों से भी बात करने की इच्छा ना हो, आप केवल 5 मिनट आप कुछ मत करिए, आप एक खाली जगह पे, एकदम शांत स्थान पे अपने कमरे में, आप चाहे लेट के भी करिए, आप केवल ओम का उच्चारण करिए। आप देखेंगे 5 मिनट बाद ही आपके शरीर में जो एनर्जी आती है कि आप बहुत काम कर सकते हैं। इससे थोड़ा सा ऊपर, अगर आपको संस्कृत मंत्र पढ़ने की आदत है, आप जानते हैं कुछ अच्छे मंत्र, तो आप मंत्रोच्चारण करिए। आप देखेंगे कि 5 बार, 7 बार, और ऐसे ही विषम संख्या में जो आप करेंगे, जैसे जैसे आप इसको करते जाएंगे वैसे वैसे आपकी एनर्जी डेवलप होती जाएगी, बढ़ती जाएगी। म्यूजिक वाले तानपुरा नाद का प्रयोग करते हैं, सभी लोग करते हैं, सभी लोग जानते हैं। आजकल तो मुझे लगता है कि जिनको म्यूजिक नहीं भी आता है वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक तानपुरा ले ले, नहीं ले सकते तो आपके फोन में तानपुरा ऐप डाउनलोड कर लीजिए और कोई भी स्केल आप तानपुरा लगा लीजिए। मध्यम लगा लीजिए, बेस्ट है। पंचम लगा लीजिए, बेस्ट है। निषाद लगा लीजिए, बेस्ट है। जो भी आपको सुर अच्छे लगते हो, समपा, आपको जो भी अच्छा लगता हो लगाइए, सुनिए, आपको तुरंत एनर्जी फील होगी विद इन 5 मिनट 5 सेकेंड्स। आप नहीं गा सकते, आपको संगीत नहीं समझ में आता है, भजन सुनिए, कीर्तन करिए, आपको एनर्जी मिलेगी, आपको ध्यान केंद्रित करने में एक मतलब सहायता प्राप्त होगी। और मुझे लगता है, क्योंकि मैं ध्रुपद गायिका हूँ, साथ में मैं सुगम भी करती हूँ, लेकिन मैं ध्रुपद मेरा जैनर है। मेरा मानना है कि ध्रुपद वो फॉर्म है कि जिसमें आप किसी भी तरह की परेशानी में हो, ध्रुपद की कुछ बंदिशें, साहित्य उसका, और उसमें प्रयुक्त होने वाले स्वर, जो उनकी गंभीरता है स्वरों की, जो उसमें प्रयोग होने वाले गमक हैं, जो उनका मीड़ है, वो आपके मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पे असर करता है, वो आपके शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य पे भी असर करता है। तो आप नहीं गा सकते हैं, मत गाइए। आप सुन सकते हैं, आप बिल्कुल सुनिए। दरभंगा घराने का ध्रुपद सुनिए, विष्णुपुर घराने का ध्रुपद सुनिए, डागर का ध्रुपद सुनिए, आप ध्रुपद सुनिए, आपको समझ में आएगा कि हम रागों पे जब बात करते हैं तो ध्रुपद वो शैली है जो हमें स्ट्रांग बनाती है। हम संगीत क्यों सुनते हैं? मन को स्ट्रांग बनाने के लिए ना। तो स्ट्रांग बनाना है, और हम, मन हमारा खराब है कि अरे हम पूजा नहीं करेंगे, हमारा मन नहीं है पूजा करने का, अरे हम ओम ओम नहीं करेंगे। ठीक है, ऐसा मन है ना, आप प्लीज गूगल पे जाइए, आप किसी भी घराने के, आप कहीं के भी रहने वाले हो, आपको मालूम होगा उस घराने के कलाकारों के बारे में, आप उनको सर्च करिए, उनका ध्रुपद लगाइए, आप सुनिए, आपको ध्रुपद अंत होते होते तक अपने अंदर एक गहन चेतना का विकास होते हुए दिखाई पड़ेगा। अगर जो नए जो रिसर्च हो रहे हैं, आधुनिक अनुसंधान जो हो रहे हैं, उनमें मैं देखूं तो संगीत पर छोटे छोटे ऐसे रिसर्च हो रहे हैं जो बहुत बड़े रिसर्च बन गए। जैसे संगीत के माध्यम से बीपी कंट्रोल करना, रक्तचाप को नियंत्रित करने में कितना म्यूजिक सहायक है और कितना योग सहायक है। संगीत के माध्यम से हार्मोन्स और कॉर्टिसोल को कम कैसे किया जा सकता है, या हार्मोन को बैलेंस कैसे किया जा सकता है। स्मरण शक्ति आपको पता ही है, संगीत के माध्यम से, योग के माध्यम से आप कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं। न्यूरोलॉजिकल जो विकार होते हैं, जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, उनका कैसे उपचार हो सकता है, इन पे बहुत रिसर्च हो रहा है। ना केवल हिंदुस्तान में तो थोड़ा मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा अभी कमी होगी, लेकिन मैं जितना जानती हूँ बहुत सारे ऐसे संस्थान हैं, बैंगलोर में है, आई थिंक विश्व शांति निकेतन पे न्यूरोलॉजिकल रिसर्च हुआ है म्यूजिक पर। इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में न्यूरो साइंसेस पे रिसर्च हो रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात मुझे जहां तक लगता है कि संगीत में ध्यान की जो गुणवत्ता बनाने का, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पे जो प्रभाव है, इस पे तो हर विश्वविद्यालय रिसर्च करा रहा है और अच्छा रिसर्च करा रहा है, आगे कर भी रहे हैं और बच्चों को आगे करना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये ऐसा विषय है जो हमें आगे ही लेके जाएगा, हमें नई नई जानकारी ही देगा। मुझे लगता है कि संगीत और योग, जो इन दोनों का जो प्रभाव है, समाज में नैतिक मूल्यों को बढ़ावा देता है, हमारे अंदर डिसिप्लिन को बढ़ावा देता है, हमारी रचनात्मक सोच को बढ़ावा देता है, हमारी कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज को बढ़ाता है। और जब ये बढ़ते हैं तो नो डाउट हम अपने राष्ट्र के प्रति बहुत ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी महसूस करते हैं, हम अपनी संस्कृति के प्रति बहुत जिम्मेदारी महसूस करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इतना बस बात करने के लिए मैंने आप सबको बोला था कि मैं इस विषय पे बात करूंगी। और जो भारतीय संगीत और योग और विज्ञान का जो ये समन्वय पे मैंने बात करी, मुझे लगता है ये प्राचीन ऋषियों का प्रतिपादित नाद ब्रह्म का जो और स्वर साधना का जो वैदिक सामवेद सामवेद से प्राप्त जो वैदिक अनुसंधान हमें जो प्राप्त हुआ, जो अमृत तुल्य अनुसंधान हमें प्राप्त हुआ, वो हमारे आज के समय में हमारे लिए, हमारे जैसे अनुसंधानकर्ताओं के लिए और आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए एक नया पथ प्रदर्शन करता है, एक नया रोड मैप लेके आता है जिसपे हम आगे काम कर सकते हैं। और एक नया रिसर्च जो अभी इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी ने इस पे प्रोजेक्ट डाला है, मे बी शायद ये पास भी हो जाए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से, कि एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में संगीत की भूमिका, एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स को प्राप्त करने में संगीत की भूमिका। तो भविष्य में भारतीय संगीत पर, भारतीय योग पर अंतः विषयक शोध की जो व्यापक संभावनाएं हैं, उसके विविध आयाम आप सभी को प्राप्त होंगे अलग अलग विश्वविद्यालय में जो शोध कार्य हो रहा है उसके माध्यम से। और इसी के माध्यम से मैं अपना कथन यहीं पे समाप्त करना चाहूंगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a interesting session. I think it is the chronology. Anupama ma'am started with one part of yoga and music, and you have taken us further into, rather, we have dived in music. So, a student like me, who is a student of sociology, you have taught us the technicality of music, the various rags that you have said, and it was very interesting to know that you have simplified it for us.
Thank you
Telling
so
us
much,
the
ma'am.
rags and music, how we could turn off and on our moods, etc. So it was very interesting, ma'am. So thank you so much for
Thank
this
you so
really
much.
interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now we move on to the next guest speaker, respected Professor Dr. Jajbir Singh ji.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir is Professor and Head of Department of Swasthavritta and Yoga, Lal Bahadur Shastri Mahila Ayurvedic College and Hospital, Bilaspur, Haryana, India, Executive Council Member, SSMWA. So you are welcome to the conference and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Respected Chairperson, Vijesh Kumar Sir, distinguished guest and esteemed organizer, respected faculty members, researchers, scholars, and dear participants. A very warm and respectful welcome to everyone present here. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be invited as a guest speaker at this 2 days international conference on multidisciplinary research in yoga, music, health, culture, education, and science. I express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for providing this valuable platform to share idea, exchange knowledge, and explore the innovative approach towards the human well-being and sustainable development. And this conference representing the true spirit of the multidisciplinary research, where ancient wisdom and modern scientific approach come together of the yoga, music, health, culture, education, and science are not a separate domains. Rather, they are interconnected pathways that contribute to the holistic development of the individual and the society. And yoga teach us the harmony of the body, mind, and consciousness. And music connect emotions, creativity, and inner balance. And health science provide evidence-based approach for improving quality of life, while culture and education preserve knowledge and inspire future generation. Okay, and my presentation topic, that is harmony of mind, body, and culture, a multidisciplinary explorations of yoga and music-based intervention for sustainable health, education, and human well-being. And I share my PPT. And, that my presentation topic is harmony of mind, body, and culture, a multidisciplinary exploration of yoga and music based intervention for sustainable health, education, and human well-being. And first of all, the yoga that is a universal, that is uh, yoga is a universal path to the health, harmony, and holistic well-being. And yoga is an ancient Indian practice that promote as harmony between of the body, mind, and spirit, and it combine the physical posture, breathing technique, that is the pranayam, and meditation to improve of the physical health, mental well-being, and emotional balance. And that provide of the body, that provide of the strength and vitality, mind that focus and clarity, and spirit that of the inner peace and joy. And these three things, health, harmony, and happiness, that provide of the yoga. And first of all, that of the first international yoga day was celebrated worldwide on 21 June 2015. On 11 December 2014, the United Nations General Assembly officially declared that of the 21 June as the International Day of the Yoga, follow a proposal by the India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And then the theme of the International Yoga Day 2026, that yoga for of the healthy aging, that yoga for a strong body, a peaceful mind, and a joyful life at every age. And value of this theme, that promote of the healthy and active aging, enhance the physical strength and flexibility and balance, support of the mental wellness and emotional resilience, and encourage of the preventive health care and a better quality of life, and foster of the independence, vitality, and the lifelong wellness for all the age group. And that provide that of the theme of the yoga for the healthy aging for old age. And then the importance of the yoga in our life, that improve of the physical health, reduce stress, and promote of the mental well-being, better sleep, support of the heart health, and build of the self-discipline, and enhancing focus on our target, that of the mental clarity, that provide of the mental clarity, and the spiritual growth. And the understanding the yoga, that of the holistic pathway, that of the yoga define of the a holistic discipline that unite the body, mind, and spirit, and promoting the physical, mental peace, self-awareness, and overall well-being. And that yoga is also drive of the Sanskrit word that of the yuj yoga, that is means of the unite or join. That of the Ashtanga yoga as described by the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, that of the yam, niyam, asana, pranayam, pratyahara, dharana, dhyan, samadhis. That is the that of yam, that of the ethical restraints, and yam niyam, that of the personal observation, yeah, and yam niyam, and asan, that of the asana, that of the physical posture, that of the pranayam, that of the breathing control, and that of the pratyahar, that of the withdrawal of the sense, dharana, that of the concentration, dhyana, that of the meditation, and samadhi, that of the self-realization, and that of the yoga benefits that provide of boost metabolism and improve the lung function and improve heart and help of the sleep better and build of the muscles and increase flexibility, improve posture and improve energy, improve mood, and boost immune system and decrease of the stress. And the background of that of the study, that of the global health challenges, that of the increase of the stress and anxiety and lifestyle related disorder, reduced physical activity and emotional imbalance, and decline of the cultural engagement, and of the conceptual view of that of the yoga plus music, that of the holistic wellness, that of the yoga that provide of the asanas, pranayam, meditation, and mindfulness, and music, that of the rhythm, melodies, and relaxation and emotional expression, and mind body harmony and sustainable wellness. And the introduction of this study, that of health, including of the physical, mental, emotional, social, and even environmental dimension, and the traditional knowledge system emphasizes of the balance and the harmony, and the yoga sport of the self-regulation and mental stability, and music influence of the emotional, cognitive, and relaxation and integration create a multidisciplinary wellness model, and that a holistic approach that of the nutrition of the body, of the mind, heart, society, and the environment. And the problem statement of this study, that of the current challenges, that of the stress and psychological disturbance and lifestyle disorder and academic and occupational pressure, and the reduce of the traditional wellness and practice, and the research needed to explore of the combined effect of the yoga and music intervention. And there is a need of an integrative, holistic, and sustainable approach to promote of the overall well-being. And the aim and object of this study, that aim to evaluate the role of yoga and music intervention in sustainable health and human well-being, and the objective that of the assess of the physical and psychologically benefit, and second that the study stress of the reduction through the music activity, and third that of the examine of the cultural sustainability, and fourth that of the develop of the integrated wellness and framework, and integrated yoga and music for a healthier, happier and sustainable future. And the research hypothesis of this study, that of the null hypothesis, that of the H0, that of yoga and music intervention have no significant impact on the health outcome, and the alternative hypothesis, that of the H1, that provide of the yoga and music intervention significant improve that of the stress management, emotional balance, and quality of life, and integrated yoga and music intervention is expected to enhance the overall health and well-being. And these are the literature review of that used in my study, that of the Crickwood, that yoga 2005 study, that of yoga sport of the anxiety management, and Pilkington, that provide of the yoga improve of the mood and emotional health 2005 study, and 2011 study, that of the Woodyard, that of the yoga enhance the flexibility and relaxation and quality of life, and a recent study, that of the music improve of the emotional regulation and cognitive functions. And the research methodology of this study, that of the study design, that of the mixed method exploratory research, and sample size, that of the 100 participant, and duration 12 week, and participant, that of the student, educators, health profession, and community members. And the data collection of this study, that a combination of primary and the secondary data to ensure of the comprehensive and reliable result, that of the primary data, that of the structural questionnaire and psychological assessment, and participant feedback and parameter, that of the stress level, sleep quality, concentration, and emotional well-being, and whereas of the secondary data, that of the research article, book, and scientific literature. And the intervention model, that of this energetic integration of yoga and music for holistic well-being, that yoga practice, that of the asana, that of the physical posture to improve the flexibility, strength, and balance, pranayam, breath regulation techniques to enhance the vital energy and calm mind, and meditation practice to the calm the mind and improve way of the inner peace and the clarity and mindfulness of the cultivating of the present moment, awareness, and conscious living. And the music practice, that of the relaxation music, sound meditation, and the rhythmic breathing, and that of the integrated yoga music wellness model that provide of the reduce stress and anxiety, enhance the emotional balance, and improve the focus and the concentration, and promote of the overall health and well-being. And these are the statistical analysis. Use the appropriate statistical method and applied analysis the data and interpret the result. That of the method used, that of the mean and standard deviation used to summarize and describe the center tendency and variability of the data. Pair t-test used to compare the mean of two related group, pre-test and post-test. Chi-square test used to examine the association between of the category variable, and correlation analysis used to measure the strength and the direction of the relationship between of the two continuous variable. And significance level, that of the p is less than of the 0.05, result with p value less than the 0.05 are considered statistically significant. And that of the demographic characteristic of the participant, that of the gender, male is 45 and female is 55, and age group 18 to 13 years, that of the 60 participant, and 31 to 60, that of the 40 participant. And the comparison of the health indicator before and after the intervention, that of the stress score, that of the significant decreased sleep quality, that is increased, that is significantly improved, and the mental wellness, that provided significantly improved, and concentration score also significantly improved, that is increased. And the major finding, that before and after intervention, that of the stress score before 24.6 and after 14.3, that is the stress score decrease, and sleep quality 5.2 before and after 8.1, that is the sleep quality also increase, and mental wellness 62 before intervention, that after 84, that indicator of the more significant result, and concentration before 65 and after 86, that indicating the highly significant result. And the stress reduction after the intervention, before the yoga music practice 24.6 and after yoga music practice 14.3, that indicating the stress level reduce, and improvement in mental wellness, that of the before 62 and after 84, that indicating the improvement in mental well-being. And the interpretation of the data, music plus yoga plus music intervention resulting in reduce the stress and improve sleep, better concentration, enhance the emotional stability, and increase cultural concentration. And the discussion of this study, that integrated traditional knowledge with modern science for holistic wellness, that yoga provide the enhance of the physical health, improve flexibility and immunity, promote mindfulness and self-awareness, and balance body and mind, and music provide the improve mood and relaxation, reduce anxiety and detention, and enhance the emotional well-being and support of the better sleep. And education benefit, that increasing concentration and memory, reduce academic stress, improve attention and learning, and build emotional resilience. And culture value, that of the preserve of the traditional practice, strengthening the cultural identity, modernization heritage for current need, and promote of the harmony and the society well-being. These are the discussion of this study. And the major outcome of this study, that indicated yoga and music based holistic wellness approach, that of the physical benefit, improve body flexibility, better breathing control, and enhance energy level, and psychologically benefit, reduce the stress, improve emotional stability, and increase concentration, and social and cultural benefit, that provide of the increased awareness and the traditional practice, and strengthen the culture concentration, and improve community participation, that overall the holistic well-being, balanced body, calm mind, and concentrated community. And the recommendation of this study for integrating yoga and music in holistic wellness, that provide for the education institution should introduce regular yoga and music wellness program. Second, the healthcare organizations. The healthcare organization may include yoga and music as of the supportive preventive strategy. Third, the community-based wellness initiative. Community-based wellness initiative should promote of the traditional practice scientifically. And for the training program should be developed for the teacher and the healthcare professional. And fifth, the interdisciplinary research should examine the long term effect and together a healthier and harmonious society that provide of the body balance, mental peace, emotional well-being, and strong community and cultural harmony. And future scope of this study, that future research opportunity including the large scale multi-center study collaborative research across of the diverse population from strong evidence. Second, the clinical trial evaluating the psychologically changes that provide to measure the biological and therapeutic outcome. And digital platform combining the yoga and music that provide the accessible apps and the online program for wide reach and engagement. And for the artificial intelligence based wellness assessment AI tool for personalized wellness monitoring and production. And fifth, that of the integrating with public health program that incorporate yoga and music wellness and into the national and community health initiative. And the development of evidence-based traditional healthcare model that of the built scientifically validated model integrating of the traditional wisdom with modern sciences that provide of the biomedical knowledge plus holistic lifestyle practice that provide of the better health and well-being. And the future of healthcare may increasing depending on the approaches that of the combine of the biomedical knowledge with holistic lifestyle practice. And the conclusion of this study that yoga and music together provide a sustainable pathway for physical health that provide improve the strength, flexibility, immunity, and overall well-being. And mental wellness reduce the stress, anxiety, and enhance the emotional balance and mental clarity. And cultural preservation that of the safe food and promote of the India's rich tradition of knowledge of the yoga and music for of the future generation. And human development out of the foster of the holistic growth, value, empathy, and sense of the harmony of the individual and the society. And overall that of the integration of the traditional wisdom with of the scientific research can create a healthier communities and a better tomorrow together for a healthy, harmonious, and the sustainable future. And these are the references used in my study. And thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for this really informative session. A very creative PPT. I'm really impressed with the kind of creativity that you have shown. Each slide explains at its own with the pictures, with the small images that you've put up. So very interesting. And why I found it interesting was the primary data that you've shown. So all along we are discussing of yoga, music, but this study actually takes us to the grounds of yoga and music, how it is affecting people's lives. So I think it was really a very informative session. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Now we move on to our next guest speaker, respected Dr. Akhilesh Chandra Vermaji. Respected Dr. Akhilesh Chandra Vermaji. Okay, sir is here. Sir is Principal and Professor of Chemistry, Government Navin College, Pui Kubdur, Pandaria, Kabir Dham, Chhattisgarh, India, Vice President SSMWA. Welcome, sir, to the conference and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. And I take the opportunity to thank you all, particularly the officials of this international forum and the officials of SRF Society, in particular, Mr. Burjesh ji, Devendra ji, and all. I took the opportunity to listen to three persons, Anupama Madam ji and Jyoti Madam ji, very sweet deliberations and lectures, and Jajveer Singh ji. his lecture was very informative. And today's topic is yoga. We are human beings. What do you mean by yoga? I am a student of science. Yoga is the way to unite two for a particular purpose. So we are human beings. The aim of human being is to have eternal peace and eternal pleasure. This is the prime aim of the all human beings. And yoga is a good tool to promote us in this way. For eternal peace and eternal pleasure, we are human beings, so we must have a good health. So far as thoughts of Mahasi Patanjali ji is concerned, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. We apply these three tools just to see that our man is before that spiritualism and that source that is main superpower of this atmosphere or whatever you may say. That superpower is university. It promotes the knowledge of Sat, Chit, and Anand. This spiritualism is complete and square in itself. So I have been requested to speak something over health, education, and science. In particular, I want to say that yoga, we have to, with the yoga, we have to keep first our physical body fit, then move ahead. Music is a very good tool to move all human beings in that very direction. So I don't know that you have received my PPT or not, but even then I can speak with the hard copy of that. Health education is often discussed as...
Sir, just to interrupt you, do you want us to check the PPT?
Yes, I have sent my PPT to SRF counter. I have sent.
Okay. So shall I ask Brijesh sir, do we have sir's PPT? Can we just put it on? Brijesh sir?
If not,
Can
then
we
it's
put it on?
okay. I can.
Yes, Brijesh sir. Okay. I think sir is presenting, sir. We'll all just wait for the PPT to be presented and then sir can start his deliberations.
If there is any delay, I can start with my hard copy. So I don't feel any problem. If you permit, I can start.
Okay, 1 sec. Let us ask Brijesh sir if he's finding it.
Sir, not received, sir, PPT.
Okay.
No. I have sent. Okay. No
Okay, sir,
problem.
you can start with the hard copy. Okay, sir. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Health education is often discussed as though it were a matter of transmitting biomedical facts to a population that does not yet possess them. Yet the persistence of preventable disease, thus a stubborn lag in screening uptake and the wide circulation of health misinformation in societies with extensive formal education together suggest that something more is at stake than the simple transfer of information. Health education is treated here as the practical meeting point between scientific evidence and the health related decisions people make in the ordinary course of their lives. A meeting point that requires a particular structure if it is to function well. Drawing on public health literacy research, the evident, evidentiary standards that govern clinical and pharmacological practice, and India's National Education Policy 2020 framework for weaving Indian knowledge systems into formal circular. It is contended that effective health education in the Indian context can be built neither on biomedical science alone nor on traditional practice alone, but only on a structure that makes plain which claim resets on which kind of evidence. Yoga and Ayurveda serve as the specific test case throughout. A substantial and steadily growing body of clinical research now supports yoga's effects on stress regulation, inflammatory markers, and the management of chronic disease, while other traditional claims remain as yet inadequately tested by contemporary standards. The educational task, it is argued, is not to choose between scientific and traditional health knowledge, but to teach people how to discern which part of each have been verified, which are plausible but still unconfirmed, and which remain unsupported together. It is this distinction bearing literacy and nothing narrow that shields a population both from the medical neglect of valuable traditional practice, and from the uncritical embarrass of unverified claims. A society may possess extensive formal education and still arrive collectively at remarkably poor health decisions. Vaccine hesitancy persists in highly literate populations. Chronic disease screening rates remain stubbornly low even where a screen is free and within easy reach, and health misinformation travels through precisely those digital channels that were once expected to democratize access to medical knowledge. Disease in our own time can alter the course of life in a single unguarded moment. Human life has always been marked by transistent, transcends and fragility has never been new. But the present age legends that transience, trans, transience a particular and disquieting phase, one that unsettles the mind that pauses to consider it. Chronic disease, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and cancer, chief among them, now account for the majority of health worldwide, and a substantial share of that burden traces back to risk factors: diet, inactivity, tobacco use, unmanaged stress that remain individual, alterable through informed behavior. This gap between general education and health literate conduct is worth dwelling on because it suggests that health education is not simply a smaller, more specific version of science education. It carries its own structure, its own particular ways of failing, and in a country like India, its own inheritance from knowledge traditions that proceed modern medicine by millennia. Health literacy, as public health researchers use the term, is the capacity to access, understand, and act on health information in ways that maintain or improve health. Now, what is health literacy actually requires? The World Health Organization and national health bodies define health literacy as encompassing not just reading comprehension, but the practical skills needed to navigate health systems, evaluate source, and make decisions under uncertainty. The United States National Action Plan to improve health literacy and the 2024 revision of National Health Education Standards both treat health literacy as a determinant of health outcomes in its own right, independent of clinical access, because a person who cannot evaluate competing health claims will make poor decisions even with full access to care. The 2024 standards organize this capacity into 8 domains, spanning the understanding of health concepts, the ability to analyze outside influences on health behavior, interpersonal communications, decision making, goal setting, self management, and advocacy, which is considerably broader mandate than simply knowing facts about disease and treatment. What NEP 2020 asks for more precisely than is often acknowledged in general commentary on the policy is that this incorporation happen on a scientific basis, meaning that traditional content should be taught alongside a clear account of what contemporary research does and does not support for each specific practice. This is a more demanding standard than simply adding yoga sessions or Ayurveda models to a syllabus because it requires the curriculum itself to model the kind of evidence evaluation that is the actual goal of health literacy in the first place. The conceptual relationship between NEP 2020, Indian knowledge systems, scientific evaluation, and evidence based health education is illustrated. What that evidence evaluation looks like when applied to yoga and Ayurveda specifically, the two Ayush disciplines with the largest contemporary research base to draw on its taken up next. Yoga as a case study in the evidence-based tradition practice. For this, yoga is a useful case study precisely because it now has a large enough body of contemporary clinical research to allow a genuinely evidence-graded account rather than a choice between uncritical endorsement and uncritical dismissal. A 2024 system review and meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials found consistent reductions in perceived stress among stressed adults following yoga interventions with the effective holding across the range of study designs. A separate 2025 umbrella review synthesizing 51 systematic reviews covering yoga's effects across multiple chronic disease outcomes reported a strong evidence for benefits to depression, blood pressure, and blood glucose regulation, alongside comparatively weak evidence for pain and arthritis management. A distinction that matters because it shows the evidence base in uneven across outcomes rather than uninformedly strong or weak. Now, so far as cultural familiarity as an educational asset is concerned, there is a further dimension to the yoga and Ayurveda case study that a purely clinical frameworking risks missing. These practices are not for most Indian learners, and unfamiliar topic introduced for the first time in health classroom. Yoga postures, dietary concepts drawn from Ayurvedic categories and practices like fasting or seasonal dietary adjustments are typical already present in family life and cultural practice well before any formal instructions occurs. This pre-existing familiarity is an asset that biomedical health education does not usually have available to it, since concepts like epidemiological risk or pharmacokinetics rarely have an equivalent foothold in everyday household conversations. Health education that engages seriously with this familiarity rather than treating the classroom as the first encounter with these ideas has a far more credible a starting point for which to teach the evidence evaluation skill described above, because it can build upon what a learner already practices rather than introducing both the practice and its evaluation a new material at once. For evidence graded health curriculum, look, look the components of health literacy already discussed do not arrive from a single source, and and the kind of evidence each component drawn us. Disease prevention literacy and clinical evaluation skills rest primarily on epidemiological logy and trial-based pharmacology. Lifestyle and stress management literacy draws increasingly on a converging evidence base from both behavioral medicine and yoga research. Cultural and traditional health literacy requires direct engagement with Ayush systems on their own terms rather than dismissal and misinformation. Resistance is a distinct transferable skill that needs explicit teaching rather than the incidental acquisition. Now, conclusion is taken together. The discussion presented in this paper suggests that health education functions as a interface between scientific evidence and everyday decision making, and that the persistence of preventable disease and health misinformation is well schooled populations indicates that this interface is not working as effectively as general literacy levels alone would suggest. In the Indian context, specifically, this interface has to do more than transmit biomedical content. It has to fairly and accurately represent the evidence status of Indian knowledge systems, neither dismissing Ayush practices wholesale nor exempting them from the evidentiary standards applied to biomedicine as NEP 2000 itself requires. Ultimately, the purpose of health education is not to settle a contest between scientific and traditional knowledge systems, but to cultivate the capacity to evaluate claims on the basis of evidence. In a society where biomedical science and Indian knowledge system continue to coexist in everyday health practice, this evidence sensitive literacy represents the most reliable foundation for informed decision making, responsible healthcare behavior, and improved public health outcomes. So far as Ayurveda and its knowledge and scientific developments are concerned, my field of research is medicinal plants, its medicinal value, and plants that we find, but in particular in Chhattisgarh. So I can say that Charak Samhita and Ayurveda of our Indian nation was really at par at its own time, and at present it is developing, and a scientific development in this field is necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you, you all, for giving me an opportunity to place this topic and to make its aim popular to you all learned people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for really interesting session. I think when I was listening to you, it just took me back to the 1948 definition of WHO about health. So it's not mere the absence of disease, but it is the state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. And I think with your presentation, now we could understand that there are certain etymological aspects and epidemiological aspects of health, and all of us, we will have to go beyond this and understand. So, health, when we are talking, so now it is not like the earlier days because of the fast life that we have, the networks that we are connected to. So, I think if we really have to talk of holistic well being, we definitely have to look at the etiological and epidemiological aspects of
Right,
health. So,
right, right,
thank you so
right.
much, sir. Thank you
Thank you,
so much,
thank
sir.
you, thank you, thank you.
Now, just to move on to the next presentation, it's the guest speaker, respected Dr. CPS Madhuri ma'am. So, ma'am is academic consultant, Department of Performing Arts, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh, India. Ma'am is coordinator, SSMWA, Andhra Pradesh State. Welcome, ma'am, to the conference, and over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaste, one and all. I would like to present my PPT, ma'am. I want to
Yes.
share my screen.
Yes, yes, please.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No,
Is my
not yet.
screen visible, ma'am?
Not yet. Yes, yes.
Is
Yes,
it visible
it's
now, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Yes.
Yeah. I would like to switch off my video for better.
Okay.
Just a minute, please. Yeah. Now it's visible, ma'am. Screen is visible, I
Yes.
think.
Yes. 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 Can start.
Yes, thank you. Respected chair, distinguished scholars, fellow academicians, researchers, and dear participants. Good afternoon to one and all. Firstly, World Music Day and World Yoga Day wishes to all of you. It is a pleasure to be here today. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the insightful presentations by the previous speakers. As we are all exploring different dimensions of the same broad theme, some of the ideas in my presentation may coincide with points that have already been discussed. Such overlaps are perhaps inevitable when addressing interconnected subjects like music, culture, and education. However, today's my topic is music, culture, and education. And its interdisciplinary perspective. However, I hope to offer a slightly different perspective by examining these themes through an interdisciplinary lens and highlighting the ways in which they intersect and inform one another. In an era, sorry, is my PPT moving?
No, ma'am, it's not yet moving. We are on the first slide.
I will stop and again share my screen. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
We will all just wait for ma'am to present her PPT. Ma'am is working on it. Yes, now we can see the PPT.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, it's moving.
It's moving, I think. Yes.
Yes.
In an era marked by technological advancement, global connectivity, and rapidly evolving educational practices, we often focus on what is new and emerging. Yet, equally important is the question of how societies preserve their memories, values, and identities across generations. Monuments may deteriorate, documents may remain unread, technologies may become obsolete, but there is something that continues to live through memory, practice, and transmission. That is music and song, which have remained an inseparable part of human life across cultures and generations. Music is perhaps one of the few human expressions that simultaneously educates, preserves culture, and creates community. It is not merely an art form to be performed, it is a living repository of collective memory and shared experience. It is from this perspective that I would like to reflect today on the theme music, culture, and education, an interdisciplinary perspective. The great poet, philosopher, and educationalist Rabindranath Tagore observed, the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. This profound statement encourages us to look beyond education as the mere transmission of information. True education shapes our relationship with society, culture, nature, and ourselves. Music has long contributed to this process. It educates not only the intellect, but also the emotions, imagination, and sensibilities. It connects individuals with their cultural roots while helping them engage meaningfully with the world around them. In Indian thought, we find another beautiful expression, Gitena Priyate Deva. Through music, the divine is pleased. Whether interpreted spiritually, culturally, or aesthetically, this traditional saying reminds us that music has always occupied a place of significance in Indian life, not merely as entertainment, but as a means of learning, expression, and cultural continuity. The subject is both timeless and contemporary because music is not merely an artistic expression. It is also a cultural document, an educational tool, a social practice, a means of communication, and a repository of collective memory. When we speak of music, we often focus on melody, rhythm, performance, or aesthetics. However, music extends far beyond the concert platform. It is deeply connected with history, language, literature, religion, philosophy, sociology, psychology, technology, and education. Therefore, an interdisciplinary approach helps us understand music not as an isolated art form, but as a living cultural phenomena. I don't know why my PPT is not moving. I am continuing with my presentation with my hard copy. Sorry for that. Music as a cultural expression. Let us begin with the most immediate of these connections, music as a living expression of culture itself. Every society develops its own musical traditions. Through music, communities express their values, beliefs, emotions, aspirations, and worldviews. Indian music provides an excellent example of this relationship between music and culture. At this point, let us pause and ask a simple yet significant question. How does a civilization remember itself? Certainly through literature, through monuments, through rituals and traditions, but also through music. Unlike a monument that stands silently or a manuscript that remains confined to an archive, music survives only when it is remembered, performed, and transmitted. In this sense, music becomes a living archive of culture. Across India, one can observe remarkable diversity in musical practices. Temple music, devotional singing, folk traditions, tribal music, theater music, festival songs, classical music, film music, and contemporary fusion all reflect different dimensions of Indian cultural life. For example, devotional traditions such as bhajans, kirtans, abhangs, and community singing are not simply musical activities. They function as vehicles for spiritual expressions, social participation, and cultural continuity. Similarly, folk songs associated with agriculture, marriage ceremonies, and seasonal festivals and local customs preserve valuable knowledge about community life. Even today, in many regions of India, songs continue to transmit memories, values, and traditions that may never have been formally documented. Music, therefore, serves as a cultural archive. Long before written documentation became widespread, music helped communities preserve stories, myths, historical memories, ethical values, and collective identities. Thus, music is not merely a reflection of culture, it is one of the ways through which culture is lived, remembered, and transmitted across generations. If music is one of the ways culture is lived and remembered, it is equally one of the ways history itself survives after more vividly than in written records. The evaluation of musical traditions often mirrors broader social, political, religious, and cultural transformations. Ancient texts such as the Natya Shastra and later musical treatises demonstrate the intellectual foundations of Indian musical thought. Temple inscriptions, manuscripts, and oral traditions reveal how music developed alongside religious institutions, royal courts, educational centers, and community practices. When historians study music, they gain valuable information about patronage systems, cultural exchanges, migration patterns, linguistic developments, and social structures. In this way, music becomes an important source of understanding the past. In fact, one may say that history is not always written only in books, sometimes it is sung. Many communities remember events, heroes, social struggles, and collective experiences through songs. Such musical traditions often preserves voice that may not find a place in official historical narratives. Thus, music helps us understand not only how people lived, but also how they felt, celebrated, worshipped, and expressed themselves. From history, let us move to another fascinating dimension, the relationship between music and language. Songs preserve linguistic diversity and enrich literary traditions. Indian music employs a wide range of languages, including Sanskrit, Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, Braj, Urdu, and many regional dialects. Through musical compositions, learners are exposed to vocabulary, pronunciation, poetic imagery, and literary aesthetics. A student learning a composition often learns much more than the tune. The student encounters literature, philosophy, mythology, symbolism, and cultural history. Thus, music becomes an effective medium for language learning and literary appreciation. Rabindranath Tagore beautifully observed, music fills the infinite between two souls. Perhaps we may extend that thought further and say that music also fills the distance between generations, languages, and cultures. Many students first encounter unfamiliar words not through textbooks but through songs. Often, a composition becomes a doorway into poetry, philosophy, and cultural understanding. When music teaches language, it simultaneously teaches culture. This brings us to another important interdisciplinary connection, music and psychology. Research across the world has demonstrated that music influences attention, memory, emotion, and cognitive development. In educational settings, music can improve concentration, creativity, listening skills, and emotional awareness. Consider a simple example from childhood education. Many of us may not remember every lesson we learned in our early years, yet we remember songs, rhymes, and melodies learned decades ago. Why? Because rhythm and melody strengthen memory. Music transforms learning into experience. Children frequently learn alphabet, numbers, moral lessons, and social behaviors through songs. Musical learning becomes memorable because rhythm provides structure and melody creates emotional engagement. Similarly, in higher education, music develops discipline, patience, observation, critical thinking, and reflective learning. Students engaged in musical training often cultivate persistence and self-regulation because mastery requires continuous practice and attentive listening. As the philosopher Plato remarked, rhythm and harmony find their way into the inward places of the soul. Whether one interprets this philosophically or psychologically, It highlights the profound influence of music on human development. This brings us to the central theme of our reflection today, education itself. If music preserves culture, education becomes the bridge through which that culture travels from one generation to the next. Traditionally, Indian music education was transmitted through the Guru Sishya Parampara, a system that emphasized not only technical skills but also values, ethics, discipline, humility, and character formation. Modern educational institutions have expanded this framework through schools, universities, conservatories, online platforms, and community programs. While methods have changed, the educational significance of music remains profound. John Dewey famously remarked, "Education is not preparation for life, education is life itself." Music beautifully illustrates this principle because it teaches through participation, observation, experience, and reflection. Music contributes to holistic education in several ways. First, it supports cognitive development through pattern recognition, memory training, and analytical thinking. Then, it nurtures emotional intelligence by encouraging empathy, self expression, and emotional regulation. It promotes social learning through collaboration, ensemble performance, and community participation. It strengthens cultural literacy by connecting learners with heritage, traditions, and diverse cultural expressions. These benefits are not abstract. They speak directly to the needs of today's learners, a theme I will return shortly in the context of Gen Z. Therefore, music education should not be viewed merely as skill training. It is an important component of comprehensive music development. If music shapes how individuals learn and feel, it equally shapes how entire communities organize, bond, and remember together, bringing us to the domain of sociology and anthropology. Music also intersects with sociology and anthropology. Musical practices reveal how societies organize themselves, celebrate important events, negotiate identities, and maintain cultural continuity. Music often functions as a marker of community identity. The songs associated with harvest festivals, temple processions, gatherings, village rituals, and regional celebrations are not merely artistic expressions, they are social practices through which communities define themselves and reinforce collective belonging. During festivals such as Sankranti, Bihu, Onam, Navratri, and other Indian festivals, music becomes the medium through which entire communities come together, celebrate shared values, and strengthen social bonds. Consider the tradition of congregational singing during bhajans, Nama Sankirtana, and Kavali gatherings. Participants may belong to different age groups, professions, and social backgrounds, yet music creates a shared space of participation and collective experience. Similarly, folk songs associated with life cycle events, birth, marriage, and seasonal celebrations serve as informal repositories of social knowledge. A wedding song sung by a grandmother to a grandchild carries far more than melody. It carries family memory, custom, language, and identity. Through such songs, communities transmit customs, values, gender roles, and family relationships from one generation to another. Music has also shaped social consciousness at the level of the nation. During India's freedom movement, patriotic songs inspired collective action and national identity. Songs such as Vande Mataram and later "E Mere Vatan Ke Logon" transcended their musical form and became part of the social imagination of an entire people. Even today, when thousands of devotees sing together during pilgrimage, festivals, or religious congregations, music functions as a powerful force of social cohesion. Individuals arrive as separate persons, but through collective musical participation, they experience a sense of belonging to some other larger than themselves. The sociologist Emil Durkheim used the term collective effervescence to describe the shared emotional energy generated during such communal experiences, and music is often the most powerful vehicle through which that energy is created and sustained. Indian tradition offers its own ancient articulation of this very idea. The Rig Veda exhorts, "Sam gachadvam, sam vadadham, sam vo manasi, manamsi janatam." Move together, speak together, let our minds be in harmony. This verse, traditionally recited in communal gathering, captures in words the very experience that congregational singing creates in sound, many voices, one accord. As The renowned violinist Yehudi Menuhin once observed, music creates order out of chaos. Perhaps we may extend that thought and say that music also creates community out of diversity. Anthropologists, too, study music to understand rituals, customs, and social relationships, gaining insight into how people interpret and experience the world around them. In every instance, the lesson is the same. Music does not merely entertain a gathering of individuals, it transforms that gathering into a community. Having seen how music binds communities together in shared experience, let us turn to a force that is reshaping how that experience is created, recorded, and shared in our own time. No discussion of contemporary music education would be complete without considering technology. Technological advancements have transformed the way music is created, preserved, studied, and disseminated. Digital archives, online learning platforms, recording technologies, notation software, and artificial intelligence have expanded access to musical knowledge. Students today can learn from teachers located in different parts of the world. Rare recordings can be preserved and studied. Manuscripts can be digitalized and shared. Educational resources have become more accessible than ever before. Many of us have witnessed how online platforms become vital learning spaces during the pandemic. Music classes that once depended entirely on physical presence continued through digital technologies, ensuring continuity in learning. Technology has therefore expanded opportunities for access and preservation. At the same time, it reminds us of the importance of balancing innovation with authenticity. A recorded lesson can support learning. An online platform can facilitate communication, but neither can completely replace the inspiration, mentorship, and human connection that characterize meaningful musical learning. Technology should therefore serve as a bridge, not a substitute. Technology, however, is only a means of transmission. What it carries forward and what concerns us now is heritage itself. One of the most important roles of music is its contribution to cultural continuity. Cultural heritage survives not only through monuments and documents, but also through living traditions. Music is one such living tradition. The Indian concept of Nada Brahma reminds us that sound has long been regarded not merely as an artistic medium, but also as a source of knowledge, experience, and cultural expression. When a song is taught from one generation to another, cultural memory is transmitted. When students learn traditional compositions, they inherit artistic knowledge accumulated over centuries. When communities continue their musical practices, they ensure that heritage remains vibrant and relevant. Let us think of a simple example. A child learning a traditional song from a parent or teacher may not immediately realize that the process involves much more than learning notes. The child is simultaneously learning language, values, aesthetics, cultural references, and ways of understanding the world. In this sense, every music classroom becomes a space where culture is preserved, interpreted, and renewed. The historian and philosopher Durant wrote, civilization exists by geological consent, subject to change without notice. Cultural traditions survive only when they are actively nurtured. Music is one of the most effective means through which this nurturing takes place. This understanding of music as a living, continually renewed heritage points naturally towards where the field must go next. The future of music education requires greater interdisciplinary engagement. Music departments can collaborate with historians, linguists, psychologists, educators, sociologists, anthropologists, technologists, and cultural studies scholars. Such collaborations can generate richer research, innovative pedagogies, and broader public engagement. A historian and musicologist can jointly study musical traditions in historical contexts. A psychologist and music educator can examine music's impact on learning and well-being. A linguist and musician can explore relationship between language and musical expression. A technologist and performer can develop digital tools for preservation and pedagogy. Such collaborations are increasingly important because contemporary challenges rarely belong to a single discipline. Music itself reminds us that knowledge is interconnected. Its interdisciplinary significance lies not in dissolving disciplinary boundaries, but in creating meaningful dialogue across them. Now, why this topic matters for Generation G, that is Gen Z. Such dialogue across disciplines is not merely an academic ideal. It speaks directly to the learners who will inherit and reshape these traditions, the generation now coming of age. Generation G is growing up in a world characterized by unprecedented access to information. Yet, access to information does not automatically lead to understanding. Young people today need creativity, communication skills, emotional intelligence, cultural literacy, adaptability, and a sense of identity. Music contributes to each of these dimensions. It encourages attentive listening in an age of constant distraction. It nurtures creativity in an age increasingly influenced by automation. It promotes empathy in a world that often values speed over reflection. Most importantly, it helps young people remain rooted in their cultural heritage while engaging confidently with a global society. For this reason, music is not merely relevant to contemporary education, it is essential to it. Allow me to conclude by returning to the question with which I began. How do societies preserve their memories, values, and identities across generations? One important answer is through music. Music reflects culture. Education transmits culture. Together, they create continuity between the past, the present, and the future. As we reflect on the needs of the 21st century, particularly those of Gen Z, it becomes increasingly clear that education must do more than provide information. It must cultivate identity, creativity, cultural literacy, empathy, and meaningful human connections. Music contributes to all these dimensions. In a world of rapid technological change, music continues to connect generations. In a world of information overload, it continues to cultivate attentive listening. In a globalized world, it helps individuals remain rooted while remaining open to diversity. Thus, music, culture, and education are not separate domains. They are deeply interconnected forces that contribute to the formation of informed, sensitive, and culturally aware individuals. As we conclude, we may recall a timeless aspiration from the Rig Veda. Ano bhadraha kratavo yantu vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. This ancient vision is remarkably relevant even today. It encourages openness to knowledge, dialogue across disciplines, and learning from diverse perspectives. In many ways, music embodies this ideal. It brings cultures together while respecting their unique identities, educates without imposing boundaries, and preserves traditions while remaining open to innovation. As scholars, educators, and practitioners, our task is not merely to preserve music as an art form, but to recognize its broader role as a medium of cultural continuity, human development, and lifelong learning. May music continue to inspire noble thoughts, meaningful connections, and deeper understanding across generations and societies. I conclude here, thanking you all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this uh, tour to the rich cultural heritage of Indian society. When you were talking of tribes, when you were talking of music, etc., I could get the glimpses of our former Prime Minister's book, The Wonder That Was India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So thank you so much. And I could feel that the way you spoke of music and its linkages with the cultural heritage, it was more like a Indological approach to study Indian society. And being a student of sociology, when you mentioned Durkheim and the collective conscience, I really felt closely associated with your presentation. And you have really highlighted and taken us through the tour of rich cultural heritage of Indian society. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this
नहीं
insights.
यार ला अब बैग ला अरे रुक जाएगा 15 मिनट
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Brajesh sir, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to present in this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now, before we move on to the conclusion of the session one of day two of this international conference, I would request all the participants, paper presenters, to be ready for the next session, which is a technical paper presentation session. So please go through the paper presentation list, which is posted in the WhatsApp group. Now, today we will start the presentations from 116 to 130. And anyone who couldn't present yesterday can just wait back. So after today's lot till 1:30, then you can ask for or request for your presentation. So now we move on to the uh, concluding session of this first session of day 2, that is the vote of thanks. So, respected dignitaries, honored keynote speakers, distinguished scholars, faculty members, researchers, students, and participants, as we conclude the session 1 of day 2, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. At the outset, I express my deepest gratitude to all our esteemed speakers and guests for their enlightening addresses and scholarly contributions. Your insights have broadened our perspectives and inspired us to think beyond disciplinary boundaries. I extend heartfelt thanks to the organizing institutions, Social Studies Teachers Forum Indonesia, Bliss Education Center Indonesia, Global Forum for Peace and Development, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association, CEL International, for providing this exceptional international platform for academic exchange and collaboration. I would also like to acknowledge the unwavering support of the Conference Advisory Board, organizing committee members, reviewers, session chairs, moderators, and technical coordinators. Your collective effort have ensured the successful conduct of this international conference. My sincere appreciation goes to all research scholars, academicians, faculty members, and students who have actively participated and contributed through presentations, discussions, and intellectual engagement. Your enthusiasm reflects the true spirit of academic excellence and global cooperation. I would particularly like to thank the participants joining us from different countries and institutions. Your presence has transformed this conference into a truly international gathering of ideas and knowledge. A special note of gratitude is reserved for the technical team whose dedication and efficiency have ensured smooth online proceedings throughout the conference. As we proceed with the remaining sessions of day 2, let us continue to learn from one another, build meaningful academic connections, and contribute to the advancement of multidisciplinary research. With profound gratitude to everyone present, I conclude this vote of thanks. Thank you very much, and I wish all participants a successful and rewarding conference experience ahead. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the technical session. So, serial number 116, Ankit Rajal. Sir, are you there? Serial number 116, Ankit Rajal. Serial number 117, Dr. Khushbu Bafna.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आवाज आ रही है मैम मेरी?
जी जी, yes.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा जो शोध पत्र है उसका जो टॉपिक है वह है स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा प्रबंधन का कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था के सतत विकास में योगदान। वर्तमान में भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व की सबसे तेज बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था में से एक है। कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य उद्देश्य केवल जीडीपी को बढ़ाना नहीं बल्कि मानव कल्याण और सामाजिक न्याय को बढ़ावा देना है, जिसके अंतर्गत स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अतः स्वास्थ्य व शिक्षा प्रणाली अर्थव्यवस्था की विकास की द्योतक होती है। शिक्षा प्रबंधन से कौशल विकास व खुली शिक्षा को बढ़ावा मिलता है। साथ ही उच्च शिक्षा व नवाचार युवाओं को वैश्विक बाजार के अनुरूप तकनीकी व व्यावसायिक कौशल प्रदान कर रहा है। कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था आर्थिक सिद्धांत की वह शाखा है जिसका प्राथमिक उद्देश्य संसाधनों का आवंटन इस प्रकार करना है जिससे देश के लोगों की भलाई, खुशहाली और संतुष्टि को अधिकतम किया जा सके। मेरा जो शोध पत्र है उसका जो उद्देश्य है वह है भारत में वैश्विक स्तर पर स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली का अध्ययन करना, शिक्षा प्रबंधन के लाभों का अध्ययन करना, देश की कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास में योग, शिक्षा, पर्यावरण व संगीत, स्वास्थ्य की उपयोगिता का अध्ययन करना। प्रस्तुत शोध पत्र जो है वह प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी दोनों डाटा पर आधारित है एवं सारणी एवं चित्र का भी उपयोग किया गया है। साथ ही काई टेस्ट एवं प्रतिपक्षण टेस्ट का भी उपयोग किया गया है एवं 50 जो लोग हैं उनसे प्रश्नावली को भराया गया है। जो प्रस्तुत परिकल्पना है उसमें जो नेगेटिव हाइपोथेसिस है, स्वास्थ्य व शिक्षा कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर नकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ता है, और जो H1 हाइपोथेसिस है, स्वास्थ्य व शिक्षा कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर सकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ता है। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। स्वास्थ्य केवल बीमारियों या शारीरिक कमजोरियों से मुक्त होना नहीं है, बल्कि शारीरिक, मानसिक और सामाजिक रूप से पूर्णतः स्वस्थ होने से है। स्वास्थ्य को बेहतर रखने के लिए संतुलित पोषण युक्त भोजन, शारीरिक सक्रियता, पर्याप्त नींद, मानसिक शांति, योग, पर्यावरण की अनुकूलता व स्वास्थ्य शिक्षा के प्रति जागरूकता आवश्यक है। बेहतर स्वास्थ्य से संबंधित कुछ घटक प्रमुख है, जिनमें प्रमुख है योग। योग मानव सभ्यता में भारत का एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। यह केवल शारीरिक अनुशासन नहीं, बल्कि जीवन और कल्याण का शाश्वत विज्ञान है। योग सकारात्मक स्वास्थ्य और समग्र कल्याण प्राप्त करने का एक साधन और मापदंड है। योग के विषय में अगर मैं सांख्यिकी आंकड़ा प्रस्तुत करूं तो मैं कह सकती हूँ कि वैश्विक योग है, उद्योग में जबरदस्त वृद्धि हो रही है। वर्ष 2003 के अनुसार योग का वैश्विक बाजार लगभग 107.1 मिलियन डॉलर का है। योग उद्योग की CAGR 2027 तक 9.6% रहने वाली है। दुनिया के कई हिस्से में विभिन्न देशों में योग कार्यक्रम एक अनिवार्य हिस्सा बन गया है, जिनमें पिछले कुछ वर्षों में 90% अधिक की वृद्धि हुई है। 54% लोग तनाव, चिंता को कम करने के लिए प्रतिदिन योग करते हैं। 43% योग साधक अपने जीवन में अत्यधिक खुशी पाने के लिए योग करते हैं। एक अगर एज के हिसाब से यदि हम इसको परसेंटेज अगर देखना चाहें तो मैंने एक सर्वेक्षण किया है जिसमें 18 से 29% जो लोग हैं वो फिटनेस पर ध्यान देने के लिए 18 से 29 ईयर के जो लोग हैं वो फिटनेस पर ध्यान देने के लिए योग करते हैं, जिनका परसेंटेज 19% है। 30 से 49 ईयर के जो लोग हैं वो अपने जीवन शैली के अंतर्गत तनाव और चिंता से मुक्ति पाने के लिए योग करते हैं, जिनका परसेंटेज 43% है। 50 से 59 ईयर तक के जो लोग हैं वह अपनी प्रतिरोधक क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए योग करते हैं, जिनका परसेंटेज 17% है। और 60% से जो अबाव एज के जो लोग हैं वह भावनात्मक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को बनाए रखने के लिए योग करते हैं, जिनका परसेंटेज 21% है। इंटरनेशनल मॉनेटरी फंड के अनुसार भारत को अपने जनसांख्यिकी लाभांश का अधिकतम लाभ उठाने के लिए शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं में अपना निवेश बढ़ाना आवश्यक है। WHO की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 2025 तक कई देशों में अस्पताल, दवाइयां और इलाज की सुविधा पहले से बेहतर हुई है। वह दुनिया के करोड़ों लोगों का बेहतर सेवाएं मिलती हैं। वर्ष 2025 में 2018 की तुलना में लगभग 56.7 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों को स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं मिली हैं, जो 2024 से 13.6 करोड़ की वृद्धि है। इसी तरह 2025 में करीब 69.8 करोड़ अतिरिक्त लोग स्वास्थ्य स्थितियों से बेहतर सुरक्षित हुए हैं, जो 2024 के मुकाबले 6.1 करोड़ से अधिक थे। वहीं 2025 में लगभग 1.75 अरब लोग पहले की तुलना में अधिक स्वस्थ जीवन जी रहे हैं। भारत और इंडोनेशिया के बीच के संबंध की बात करना चाहूंगी कि भारत और इंडोनेशिया के बीच स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा क्षेत्रों का व्यापारिक मार्केट तेजी से उभर रहा है, जो दोनों देशों की अर्थव्यवस्था में सेवा क्षेत्रों को मजबूत कर रहा है। भारत बड़े पैमाने पर इंडोनेशिया को किफायती जीवन रक्षक दवाएं और चिकित्सा उपकरण निर्यात करता है। अप्रैल 2026 के आंकड़ों के अनुसार भारत से इंडोनेशिया को होने वाली दवा, फार्मुलेशन और बायोलॉजिकल उत्पाद के निर्यात में सालाना आधार पर 177% की भारी वृद्धि हुई है। द्विपक्षीय समझौते के तहत दोनों देशों ने शैक्षणिक संस्थानों के बीच अनुसंधान और फैकल्टी विनिमय को 3 वर्षों के लिए संस्थागत रूप दे दिया है। मैंने जो प्राइमरी डाटा संकलित किया था उसके आधार पर काई टेस्ट लगाया है, जिसके अंतर्गत यह सिद्ध हुआ है कि जो हमारी शून्य परिकल्पना है वह गलत है एवं वैकल्पिक परिकल्पना स्वीकार की जाती है। इसके अंतर्गत कुछ समस्याएं भी हैं, जो समस्याओं का वर्णन मैं करना चाहूंगी कि नई रिपोर्ट 2025 के अनुसार दुनिया भर में लोगों के स्वास्थ्य में सुधार हुआ है, लेकिन अभी भी चुनौतियां बाकी हैं। आज भी कई देश प्रदूषण की समस्या व शिक्षा से संबंधित आर्थिक असमानता है जिससे जूझ रहे हैं। कई जगहों पर डॉक्टरों और स्वास्थ्य कर्मचारियों की कमी है। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कई देशों में आज भी लैंगिक असमानता है, अर्थात महिलाओं को शिक्षा प्राप्त करने में रुकावटें आती हैं। अंत में अपना निष्कर्ष प्रस्तुत करती हूँ। भारत की लगभग 65% ग्रामीण आबादी अपने प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए आयुर्वेद व हर्बल उपचारों का उपयोग कर रही है। शारीरिक पहलू के अलावा भावनात्मक स्वास्थ्य, तनाव प्रबंधन और सहानुभूति भी स्वास्थ्य को बनाए रखने के लिए आवश्यक है। स्वास्थ्य से संबंधित शिक्षा को प्राप्त कर विद्यार्थियों में जोखिम भरे व्यवहारों में कमी आती है और सकारात्मक वातावरण का निर्माण होता है, जिससे दीर्घकालिक सामाजिक आर्थिक लाभ होता है। अंत में कहना चाहती हूँ कि अंततः स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा और कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था आपस में गहराई से जुड़े हैं और स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा प्रबंधन का कल्याणकारी अर्थव्यवस्था के सतत विकास में योगदान है, जिसके अंतर्गत सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका योग की है। और आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस भी है, अतः मैं सबको उसकी बधाई देना चाहती हूँ और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने मुझे अच्छे से सुना। थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम, थैंक यू ऑल। Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Next, serial number 18, Dr. Abhilasha. Dr. Abhilasha. Next, serial number 19, Ashi Upadhyay. Ashi Upadhyay. Next, serial number 20, Muhammad Asad Khan. Muhammad Asad Khan. Next, serial number 22, Ramya Mohandas. Ramya.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes.
Shall I
Associate-
present it now, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Madam is Associate Professor of Economics, NS Hindu College, Kerala, India. Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Sir, shall I share my PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
So just a minute. So just a minute, sir. Yeah. Is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. The title of my paper is Factors Affecting Mental Health of Women, a Case Study. WHO defines mental health as a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, and with the stresses of life, realize and contribute to their community. It has an intrinsic and instrumental value and is integral to our well-being. Mental health plays a major role in economic development. It increases productivity, it improves human capital, it reduces healthcare and social cost, it encourages employment, it promotes innovation and entrepreneurship, it reduces poverty and inequality, it strengthens social stability. The present study focuses on Kottayam district of Kerala. The specialty is that Kerala is the most literate state in India. It is having a literacy of 96.2%. And in the case of female literacy, it is 92.07%. Kerala is Kerala's development experience is known as Kerala model of development, especially in the case of social indicators. We are having a female literacy of 92.07%, and the female life expectancy is 78.4%. The national average is only 72.5%. Maternal mortality rate is 30, while the national average is 88. And the sex ratio is 1,084 female for 943 male. And female infant mortality rate is 2, and the national average is 25. In spite of all these attainments, like high literacy, strong health indicators, and relative good healthcare access, Kerala continues to face a substantial mental health burden as per the Census 2011 and Kerala Economic Review 2024. The data reveals that 0.20% of the population of Kerala suffers mental illness. The national average is only 0.06%. This is a paradoxical situation. The objective of the study is to examine the factors affecting the mental health of women in the study area. The methodology is, the present study concentrates on urban area, that is municipalities of Kottayam district. Kottayam district is the district having the highest literacy rate in Kerala. It is 97.2%. It is as per the census 2011. Both the primary and secondary data were used for the study, and 33.33% of municipalities were taken up for the study. 10% of the wards from each municipality were selected randomly, and from each ward, 6 women respondents were selected using random sampling method. The total sample size is 60. Primary data were collected through questionnaire, and the secondary data from various sources like journals, websites, etc. So I have taken 4 variables for examining the factors affecting mental health of women: biological variables, psychological variables, social variables, and economic variables. Following are the sub-variables of biological aspect: hormonal change, sleep quality and duration, chronic illness or physical health condition, fatigue level, etc. 32% of the women says that the hormonal changes are affecting their mental health. 20% consider sleep quality and duration as an important issue faced by them. And 25% says that chronic illness or physical health conditions like back pain, neck pain, etc. affect their mental health. And 23% says that the fatigue levels influence their mental health. Regarding the psychological variables, 28% says that level of their stress, they're facing stress at each and every moment. The level of stress is very high, and 28% opine that, and 21% say that anxiety is an important mental issue faced by them, and 11% say that they are having minute depression. And 4% says that self-esteem is an important issue faced by them. And 12% says that emotional stability, emotional balance is an important variable affecting their mental stability. And 18% says that they are very much eager about their living condition. Life satisfaction is an important issue faced by them. And 6% says that they are facing mood fluctuations. And the social variables taken are material status, social support, social isolation, exposure to domestic violence or abuse, workplace environment, and discrimination. 22% says that they are facing issues in their um, marital status, and 10% says that they are lacking social support, and 21% faces social isolation or loneliness. They are not able to mingle with others like that. And 22% says that they are exposed to domestic violence and abuses within the family and outside the family. And 25% says that workplace environment and discrimination is an important mental issue faced by them. And the final variable is economic variable. The variables taken are employment status, income level, financial independence, job stress and workload, economic insecurity. 20% says that employment status is an important factor influencing their mental health, and 7% says that they are bothered about their income level, and 32% says that though they are employed, they are not having financial independence. And 18% says that they are facing severe job stress and workload. And 23% says that economic insecurity is an important factor influencing their mental health. So government has taken various measures to improve the mental health of women: National Mental Health Program, District Mental Health Program, Manas, Maternal Mental Health Support System, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, Kiran Mental Health Line, etc. The conclusion is that mental health is not only a health issue, but it is an economic issue. The role of women in the family is very much important. That is, from women to the family and family to the society. So for maintaining the economic stability, a good mental health, the family, society, etc. are very important. By improving productivity, it helps to improve productivity, support education, increasing employment, reducing social cost, etc. It ultimately lead to sustainable economic development. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next serial number 23, Mandatni. Next serial number 24, Hitesh Keshwani.
Yes, sir.
Hitesh Keshwani, Dr. Pavitra Bajpayee.
Yes, sir. May I
Yes,
start
please,
sharing the screen, please?
Research Scholar of Psychology, Sri Ramsur University, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Yes, please start, sir, only 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm just starting to share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, respected Chairperson. Good afternoon, Brajesh sir, distinguished academicians, distinguished scholars, researchers, and delegates. Yogena chitsa padena vacham, malam sarisya cha vadagena. I bow with folded hands to sage Patanjali, who purified the mind through yoga, through speech, grammar, and the body through Ayurveda. Today, on this auspicious day of International Day of Yoga, it is my great privilege and honor to present this research paper titled Work Life Balance and Mental Health Among Working Professionals, a correlational study. Ladies and gentlemen, this study was very graciously conducted under the guidance of my PhD guide, Dr. Pavitra Bajpayee. And this study seeks to understand how the ability to balance professional and personal responsibilities influence the mental health of working professionals. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to draw your attention to the scope of this study, in which I will be discussing with you the abstract and the rationale of the study within next 5 minutes, introduction, keeping things extremely precise, to the point yet insightful, the review of literature, the objectives, the hypothesis, the methodology, the statistical findings, along with discussion, conclusion, and its implications. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed further,
The rationale of the study emerges from the changing nature of work. In the 21st century, modern organizations, as you know, are so pressured by increasing job demands, rapid technological advancement, globalization. There's so much of need for constant digital connectivity. These developments may have improved the productivity and efficiency, but they have also increased a lot of stress and they have blurred the boundaries between work and professional life. As a consequence, many employees struggle with work life conflicts, emotional issues related to exhaustion, burnouts, anxieties, and so much of increased psychological need for well being. So, this study is therefore most important to examine the issue of relationship between work life balance and mental health amongst working professionals. And this study has used descriptive statistics, independent sample t-tests, and Pearson's product moments correlation for data analysis. The findings, as I will share with you later, indicate a very strong relationship between work life balance and mental health, with a correlation coefficient of R equal to 0.72, which is significant at the level of 0.01. So, and we now move to the introduction, ladies and gentlemen, as it is visible on your screen now. Work life balance refers to an individual's ability to effectively manage their responsibilities associated with work, with family, and their personal life. Importantly, work life balance does not necessarily mean equal allocation of time across life domains. Rather, it refers to the satisfaction, the effectiveness, and the harmony across multiple roles. According to contemporary psychological perspectives, good mental health enables individuals to cope effectively with daily stressors of life, maintain productive relationships, personally and professionally, make informed decisions, and contribute meaningfully to the societies. But when individuals fail to maintain this healthy balance between work and professional life, that's when they experience, ladies and gentlemen, work family conflict, emotional exhaustion, chronic stress, anxiety, and depressive symptoms. Greater life satisfaction, emotional adjustment, stronger interpersonal relationships, enhanced psychological well being is the need of the hour. Let's proceed in brief to the review of literature. Ladies and gentlemen, for this study, substantive evidence supports the relationship between work life balance and mental health. Just as Har and colleagues in 2014 found that work life balance significantly, yes, I emphasize the word significantly, predicted that job satisfaction, life satisfaction, and mental health across different countries have a correlation. Allen, Hurst, Bruck, Sutton in 2000 reported that work family conflicts was positively associated with stress, anxiety, depression, and emotional exhaustion. Sergey and Lee in 2018 suggested that work life balance contributed very significantly to happiness and quality of life by reducing role conflicts and enhancing personal satisfaction. And there have been similar such studies between Yang and colleagues in 2018, most recently. And above all, the most recent study included in the paper is of Mensa and Adija in 2020, which demonstrates very vehemently that work life conflict was associated with poor self reported health and increased mental health problems. However, despite substantial international evidence, very few contexts are available in the Indian context. Therefore, this justifies this present study more importantly. As we proceed, we see the objectives of the study. First, to assess what is we call the level of work life balance amongst working professionals. Second, to assess mental health status of working professionals. Third, to examine the relationship between work life balance and mental health, ladies and gentlemen. And fourth, to compare male and female employees on both work life balance and mental health. As I proceed further, the hypothesis is based on the literature review. The following hypotheses were formulated. One, that there would be significant positive relationship between work-life balance and mental health. Second, or two, propose that male and female employees would differ significantly in work-life balance. And three, that male and female employees would differ significantly in mental health. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keeping in to my timelines allotted, as well as not compromising on the insights and details, the methodology was descriptive correlational design. And a correlational design was considered very appropriate because the objective was to investigate naturally occurring relationships between variables without manipulating them experimentally. Ladies and gentlemen, the population for this consisted of working professionals employed in public and private sector organizations, for which the sample was taken of 100 working professionals in Lucknow city. And the 100 sample can further be divided into 50 males and 50 females. That is how the entire sample was created. And the sampling technique that was used was purposive sampling technique. And the research instruments that were used were work-life balance scale developed by Heyman in 2005, which assesses work interference with personal life interference with work, work-life enhancement. And second tool that was used was mental health inventory developed by Jagdish and Srivastav in 1983. These inventories, ladies and gentlemen, measures further positive self-evaluation, perception of reality, integration of personality, autonomy, group-oriented attitudes, and environmental mastery. So the descriptive statistics, ladies and gentlemen, so that you can see the results and the interpretation. For work-life balance, the mean was found to be 74.52, while the standard deviation was 8.76. But for mental health, the mean was 87.3, and the standard deviation was 9.24. As we interpret this, a important observation: the mean represents the average score obtained by the participants, ladies and gentlemen, whereas standard deviation indicates the degree of dispersion of scores around the mean. The obtained mean suggests that participants generally demonstrated moderate to high levels of work life balance and satisfaction levels of mental health. The standard deviation indicates more variability within the sample. Something interesting to look at. This slide, and I'm about to reach my conclusion, gender differences in work life balance. That's very important and significant to see. To compare male and female employees, ladies and gentlemen, an independent samples T test was employed. The T test is used to determine whether the differences between two independent groups are statistically significant, which for male employees showed a mean of 76.4 and standard deviation of 8.32, whereas for female employees it shows a mean of 72.64 and a standard deviation of 8.94. The obtained value was 2.8 and the value was significant at 0.05 level. Proceeding further, ladies and gentlemen, a significance level of 0.505 indicates that there is less than a 5% probability that the observed difference occurred by chance. Therefore, the difference is statistically meaningful. Accordingly, the two hypotheses were accepted. These findings also suggest that male and female employees reported comparatively better work-life balance than female employees. A possible explanation of this could be women frequently manage. Just think about this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a sensitive finding. Women frequently manage occupational responsibilities alongside households, caregiving roles, and thereby they experience greater role conflict. The findings underscore the need for family friendly oriented organizational policies and flexible work arrangements for women. And this we also recommend as a policy measures. And, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, hypothesis 3 was also accepted because the t value was 2.04. As you can see, for male employees, the mean was 89.42 with a standard deviation of 8.61, whereas for female employees, it was 85.2 with standard deviation of 9.63. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the result also indicates that male employees reported comparatively better mental health than female employees. The findings for this may be attributed to additional occupational, familial, and caregiving responsibilities that are often unfairly, very unfairly expected of women, which may have contributed to this greater psychological burden. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm about to conclude now, and you have witnessed the statistical findings, I'm moving to conclusion. And the descriptive statistics, as you already know, has been used for this particular study. And apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would also like to say that these findings indicate that work-life balance serves as a very important protective factor for mental health. Employees who manage professional and personal responsibilities have always reported greater resilience, better health, better emotional stabilities. And these findings may also be interpreted through the lens of role conflict theory. So, when work life balance is achieved, such conflicts are minimized and they result in improvement of mental health. Also, in conclusion, the study demonstrates that work life balance is significantly associated with mental health among working professionals. So, as a closing remark, I also want to add, ladies and gentlemen, like every empirical investigation, this study also has certain limitations. The sample size was limited to 100 participants in Lucknow city, and purposive sampling was employed. Therefore, generalizations should be made cautiously. Future research may utilize larger samples, longitudinal designs, and cross cultural comparisons to explore further the relationship between these variables. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my presentation. I thank the respected chair, Rajesh sir, the organizers of this wonderful conference, the eminent academicians who are present in this particular conference, research scholars, and other dignitaries present. And it is my great good fortune to be presenting this on such a pious occasion as the International Day of Yoga with head bowed and hands folded. I thank so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Nice
sir.
presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Serial number 25, Dr. Neetu Kanodia. Dr. Neetu. Okay, next serial number 26, Dr. Suresh Kumar Agarwal, sir. Dr. Suresh Kumar, sir. The next serial number 27, Dr. Kuber Singh Gurupan, sir. Sir, Professor of Geography, Hemchand Yadav University, Durg, Chhattisgarh. Yes, please start, sir. Only 5 minutes.
जी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल डिस्टिंग्विश्ड डेलीगेट्स। सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस और फादर डे की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। माय टॉपिक टुडे कनेक्ट 6 वर्ड्स: योगा, म्यूजिक, हेल्थ, कल्चर, एजुकेशन एंड साइंस। इफ दिस साउंड्स हेवी, लेट मी मेक इट लाइट। एस ए ऑफ संगीत एंड एस ए ऑफ श्वास, बोथ बिगिन विद द सेम ब्रेथ। अर्थात प्रस्तुत शोध पत्र में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के 6 महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभों योग, संगीत, स्वास्थ्य, संस्कृति, शिक्षा और विज्ञान के आपसी संबंधों का विश्लेषण करता है। इनका प्रमुख उद्देश्य वैज्ञानिक प्रामाणिकता का मूल्यांकन करना, स्वास्थ्य प्रबंधन में भूमिका का अध्ययन, सांस्कृतिक और ज्ञान परंपरा का अन्वेषण करना है। प्राचीन काल से ही भारत में इन विषयों को लेकर अलग अलग दृष्टिकोण पद्धति अपनाया गया था। योग शरीर और मन को जोड़ता है, संगीत मन को शांत करता है, आयुर्वेद स्वास्थ्य देता है, संस्कृति मूल्य देती है, शिक्षा ज्ञान देती है और विज्ञान तर्क देता है। यह शोध पत्र यह दिखलाता है कि नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 भी इसी समग्रता पर जोर देती है। भारत की पहचान उसकी समग्र दृष्टि से है। पश्चिम में माइंड बॉडी अलग माने गए, लेकिन भारत में शरीर माध्यम खलु धर्म साधनम कहा गया है, यानी शरीर ही धर्म का पहला साधन है। तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में अन्नमय, प्राणमय, मनोमय, विज्ञानमय, आनंदमय 5 कोष बताए गए हैं। आज का विज्ञान भी अब होलिस्टिक हेल्थ की बात करता है। जहां तक हम योग और स्वास्थ्य के संबंधों की बात करेंगे तो पतंजलि योग सूत्र में अष्टांग योग, यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान, समाधि बताया गया है। एम्स दिल्ली के 2023 के शोध के अनुसार 12 सप्ताह तक रोज 45 मिनट योग करने से हाई बीपी व मरीजों की संख्या में 15% कमी आई है। प्राणायाम से फेफड़ों की क्षमता बढ़ती है तथा यह कोविड के बाद सिद्ध हो चुका है। इसी तरह संगीत का वैज्ञानिक प्रभाव, सामवेद को संगीत का मूल माना जाता है। राग चिकित्सा में भैरवी तनाव, राग दरबारी अवसाद, राग यमन एकाग्रता बढ़ाता है। संगीत थेरेपी अब अस्पतालों में PTSD, ऑटिज्म में यूज हो रही है। ध्वनि में आध्यात्मिक शक्ति नहीं था, यह पूर्णतः वैज्ञानिक है। विभिन्न विद्वानों ने इसको अपने शोध पत्र के माध्यम से भी रखे हैं। वर्तमान वैश्विक परिदृश्य में जहां पर प्राचीन ज्ञान प्रणालियों और आधुनिक वैज्ञानिक ढंगों का समावेश है, वह विश्लेषण करता है कि किस प्रकार योग की ध्यान आधारित एवं शारीरिक पद्धतियां और संगीत की विशिष्ट ध्वनि तरंगे एवं आवृत्तियां मानव शरीर, विज्ञान और तंत्रिका तंत्र पर प्रत्यक्ष सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालती है। अध्ययन स्पष्ट करता है कि योग और नाद संगीत केवल सांस्कृतिक धरोहर नहीं है, बल्कि विशुद्ध वैज्ञानिक प्रक्रियाएं हैं। मस्तिष्क की बायो इलेक्ट्रिकल गतिविधि और हार्मोनल स्राव पर इनके प्रभावों को आधुनिक भौतिकी और जीव विज्ञान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में जांचा गया है। इसके अतिरिक्त यह शोध इस बात पर भी प्रकाश डालता है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में अंतर्निहित इन विधाओं को आधुनिक शिक्षा प्रणाली में एकीकृत करने से न केवल छात्रों का संज्ञानात्मक और भावनात्मक विकास होता है, बल्कि एक मूल्य आधारित और स्वस्थ समाज का निर्माण भी संभव है। निष्कर्षतः यह शोध पारंपरिक सांस्कृतिक ज्ञान, समकालीन वैज्ञानिक शोध के मध्य एक वैचारिक एवं प्रयोगात्मक सेतु का निर्माण करता है, जो भविष्य की शैक्षिक नीतियों और स्वास्थ्य प्रबंधन रणनीतियों के लिए एक नया प्रतिमान प्रस्तुत करता है। इसी तरह हम यदि देखें तो प्राचीन भारतीय ज्ञान में आर्यभट्ट ने शून्य और पाई का मान दिया। सुश्रुत संहिता में 300 प्रकार की सर्जरी, 121 उपकरण वर्णित है। प्लास्टिक सर्जरी का जनक सुश्रुत को माना जाता है। चरक संहिता में रोग प्रतिरोधक क्षमता बढ़ाने के लिए रसायन चिकित्सा बताई गई है, जिसे आज इम्यूनोलॉजी कहते हैं। अब देखते हैं कि सभी का जो संगम है उसमें जैसे इसरो है तो PSLV लॉन्च से पहले तिरुपति मंदिर में पूजा ये विज्ञान और संस्कृति का परिचायक है। एम्स में आप देखेंगे तो मरीजों के लिए ध्यान संगीत सेशन अर्थात स्वास्थ्य धन योग धन संगीत। IIT मुंबई में देखेंगे तो DSH नामक सुंदर सुपर कंप्यूटर और साथ में संस्कृत सेंटर विज्ञान शिक्षा और संस्कृति को इंगित करता है। इस प्रकार योग हमें अनुशासन, संगीत संवेदना, आयुर्वेद हमें स्वास्थ्य, संस्कृति हमें पहचान, शिक्षा हमें विवेक और विज्ञान हमें प्रगति देता है। ये छह अलग नहीं, एक ही वृक्ष की शाखाएं हैं। 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियां, तनावपूर्ण प्रदूषण, बीमारी का हल भारत की समग्र मॉडल में छुपा हुआ है। सामवेद से सुपर कंप्यूटर तक वैश्विक कल्याण के लिए भारत का समग्र मॉडल बताया गया है। इस तरह से हम देखेंगे तो 21वीं सदी की दुनिया में 3 महामारी से जूझ रही है, फिजिकल, मेंटल, सोशल। इसमें लाइफ स्टाइल डिसीज में 74% मौतें, स्ट्रेस एवं डिप्रेशन, लॉस ऑफ मीनिंग। डिजिटल दुनिया में आप देखेंगे तो यह भी अपने आप में अपना अलग महत्व रखता है। पश्चिम ने इनको अलग अलग देखा है। इस तरह से शरीर थेरेपी से मन, नेटफ्लिक्स से समाज। भारत ने 3000 साल पहले एक शब्द दिया था, समग्र, होलिस्टिक। हमारे शरीर, मन, बुद्धि, आत्मा, समाज, प्रकृति सबको एक इकाई मानता है। इसी समग्र के 6 स्तंभ हैं, योग, संगीत, स्वास्थ्य, संस्कृति, शिक्षा, विज्ञान। बिना संस्कार के विज्ञान एटम बम बनाता है, संस्कार के साथ विज्ञान चंद्रयान बनाता है। हमारे लिए विज्ञान और आध्यात्म दुश्मन नहीं, दो आंखें हैं, एक से दुनिया देखते हैं, दूसरे से खुश थे। इस प्रकार हम ये कहना चाहेंगे कि योग से शरीर, संगीत से मन, संस्कृति से समाज, शिक्षा से विवेक, विज्ञान से सबूत, ये समग्र समाधान है। भगवत गीता में भी भगवान श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं, योगः कर्मसु कौशलम, काम में ही कुशलता ही योग है। और इस कौशल को, होलिस्टिक मॉडल को अपनाएं। अंत में उपनिषद कहते हैं, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, द वर्ल्ड इज वन फैमिली। समग्रता से ही स्वस्थ रख सकते हैं। इस प्रकार हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हमारी गुरुकुल शिक्षा में सा विद्याया विमुक्त है, वही विद्या है जो मुक्त करे। 64 कलाएं सिखाते थे, गणित के साथ गंधर्व वेद, सर्जरी के साथ संगीत। इस प्रकार हम योग और संगीत को इस दृष्टि से देखते हैं। अंत में ये कहना चाहूंगा कि सो फ्रेंड्स, योगा गिव्स अस पोस्चर, म्यूजिक गिव्स अस पीस, साइंस गिव्स अस प्रूफ, culture gives us pride, and education gives us power. When we connect them, we don't produce a student, we produce balanced human being. आप सभी को धन्यवाद, आपने समय दिया, इसके लिए आभार। आयोजकों को बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good presentation. I request you 128 Sumit TC, Research Scholar Education.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I present. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes. I share my PowerPoint. Yes. Kind of respected players and all the participants, a very good afternoon. Today I am presenting my research study entitled Attitude Towards Yoga Among Prospective Teachers
PPT not open, sir.
in Thrissur district. PPT?
Not open.
Now?
No, sir. Other screen is here.
PPT is not open. Just a minute, sir. Is it open? Hello, sir. Hello,
Yes,
sir.
difficult, sir. Please start.
Okay. Attitude towards yoga among prospective teachers in Thrissur district. Yoga is an ancient Indian practice that promote physical health, mental well-being, emotional balance, and overall personality development in the present educational scenario. Prospective teachers face various academic and educational challenges. Therefore, developing a positive attitude towards yoga can help them maintain a physical fitness, reduce stress, and improve teaching effectiveness. The main objectives of the study to assess the attitude towards yoga among prospective teachers, to compare the attitude of male and female prospective teachers towards yoga, to examine whether the gender influence of attitude towards yoga. The study employed the survey method The sample consisted of 30 prospective teachers, including 15 male and 15 female, selected through the sample random method from the teacher education institution in Thrissur district, Kerala. Data were collected using the standardized attitude towards yoga scale. For data analysis, statistical techniques such as mean, standard deviation, and independent sample t-test were used. The findings revealed that the male prospective teachers obtained a mean score of 82 0.40, while female prospective teachers obtained a mean score of 74.60. The calculated t-value was 3.56, which was higher than the table value at the 0.05 level of significance. Therefore, the null hypothesis was rejected. The study concluded that there is a significant difference between male and female prospective teachers regarding their attitude towards yoga. Male prospective teachers showed a more favorable attitude towards yoga than female prospective teachers. The findings suggest that the teacher education institutions should organize yoga awareness programs, workshops, and regular yoga sessions to promote positive attitudes and holistic development among future teachers. In conclusion, yoga can play a vital role in enhancing the physical, mental, and emotional well being of prospective teachers and contribute to their professional effectiveness. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good presentation. I request you next presentation. 129. Shraddhanand, Research Scholar Education.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am, sir, and all the research scholars. My title is Multidisciplinary Education and MEP 2020. The national policy of education is indicative of a paradigm shift in the education system of India. We are emphasizing it based on the multidisciplinary learning. The new policy helps students to get ready for the economy today. The problem here is that we still faced with the issue of inadequate funds, proper research infrastructure, and supportive policies. The research uses a qualitative and analytical approach to explore the effects of multidisciplinary education under the NEP 2020. The review aims to give a clear understanding of the multidisciplinary education and its application in India. This study also notes multidisciplinary education is key to achieving success in research and innovation, and it seeks to introduce these kind of practices in India's higher educational institutes through establishing interdisciplinary research centers and the collaboration among industries and academic institutions. The study concludes that the NEP 2020 emphasizes on multidisciplinary education represents a pivotal advancement towards a more integrated and competency-based educational paradigm. To ensure success, collaborative efforts between the policymakers and the educational institutions are essential to navigate and to overcome the challenges of its practical institutions are essential to navigate and overcome the challenges of its practical application. In conclusion, the vision of the NEP 2020 for India's higher education framework can indeed be described as progressive and futuristic. Exploration into the NEP 2020 impact on multidisciplinary education reveals a landscape rich with transformative potential yet punctuated with significant implementation hurdles. A paramount contribution of this policy lies in its dedication to cultivating flexibility, holistic learning, and skill-based education, mirroring contemporary global education paradigm. Introduction of diverse multidisciplinary courses, innovative academic bank of credits, and integrated vocational training opens avenues for students to transfer the multiple academic realms liberating from the constraints of traditional rigid structure. NEP 2020 vision for India's higher education system is undeniably progressive and forward-thinking. However, its success needs a meticulous policy implementation, robust security preparedness, substantial infrastructure development, and equitable financial accessibility through the strategic planning, rigorous continuous assessment, and unwavering government support. The multidisciplinary education framework under NEP 2020 indeed reshaped India's education landscape, empowering students and to meet the dynamic ends of the 21st century workshop, developing student intellectual, moral, and imaginative ability is the goal of the 2020 National Education Policy. It advocates that the education system doesn't have to be structured around the rigid participating of subjects. Education should be a liberation of ideas across the spans of given full of knowledge. Such an education is prepare the learners for unpredictable future. The policy supports the blended learning and approach to the traditional education model. The various entry and exit points, mobility and inception of multidisciplinary education which is fostering creativity and knowledge preparation. The various entries, the objectives of the NEP 20 encompasses a broader understanding of what education entails, viewing it as a process of transformation and signaling that multidisciplinary education is a key driver of the country's advancement. The paper innovation model for India to position itself as a global knowledge superpower, leveraging 21st century scientific advancements and the best conventional knowledge system whereby the learners gain professional competency and the cultural understanding. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
For presentation. Thank you. I request you next presentation 130 काशीराम रिसर्च स्कॉलर जियोलॉजी बुंदेलखंड यूनिवर्सिटी से हैं सर प्लीज सर स्टार्ट 130 काशीराम रिसर्च स्कॉलर जियोलॉजी बुंदेलखंड से हैं सर नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन 131 रितिका जैन असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हिंदी साहित्य प्लीज मैम स्टार्ट रितिका जैन मैम असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हिंदी साहित्य 131 ओके नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन 132 सुकृति घोष असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर 132
Hello. Can I present? My serial number is 11, Amit Mishra. Can I present this in screen open? Please wait, sir.
डॉक्टर सुकृति मैम 132 ओके नेक्स्ट 133 मिस आदित्य सिंगर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर 133 आदित्य सिंगर ओके नेक्स्ट 134 जगदीश चौहान 134 जगदीश चौहान 134 जगदीश चौहान डॉक्टर जगदीश चौहान सर नेक्स्ट 135 डॉक्टर लवड्या त्रिपाठी
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Assistant Professor. Sir,
Yeah,
please start.
yeah. Thank you, respected chair and Brijesh Kumar sir and all organizers and participants. This is Dr. L. Tirupati, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Government City College, Telangana. My topic is that climate change and the safeguarding of human rights, advocating sustainable, inclusive, and climate change resilient development. That is my topic. So, choosing for rational behind choosing this topic is that the safeguarding of human rights are very essential in the context of the 21st century. As the climate change has been increasing, the safeguarding of human rights in the context of climate change is essential for advancing sustainable and inclusive development. As the global community grapples with the pressing impact of climate change, the nexus between the environmental sustainability and human rights emerges as a crucial area for action, requiring collaboration across sectors and levels of governance to foster a climate resilient future for all. That is the purpose. For that, I have selected for this topic. Statement of the problem. The climate change has emerged as one of the most significant global challenge affecting the human rights, sustainable development, and social justice. Rising the temperature, extreme weather events, and sea level rise and water scarcity and environmental degradation increasingly threatening the fundamental rights of the human. That means the human rights are threatening and including the right to life, right to health, right to food and right to water, and right to housing, livelihood, and safety, environmental safety. These are the rights are being violated in the context of the emerging the climatical issue and the climate change. And the impact of the climate change are not only the equally distributed, vulnerable communities are main. They are indigenous groups and women, children, and economically disadvantaged groups are often face greater risk due to limited resources and adaptive capacity. These are the main reason. That's why the vulnerable sections of the society they are being facing many challenges, and they are going to face in future also many challenges are there. That's why the this international framework for, also emphasizes that the climate action and human rights protection there remains gaps in implementation. That's why the policy coordination and the ensuring the climate justice is very important. Therefore, the study examines the relations between the climate change and human rights protection and exploring the strategies for advancing sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient development model. That is one of the important, and the objectives of the study to examine the impact of climate change on fundamental human rights and human security. And another important is objective is that to analyze the relationship between the relation between the climate change, environmental sustainability, and inclusive development. And another one important objective is that to study the challenges faced by the vulnerable community and climate change and environmental risks. And important another one is to evaluate the international and national policies related to climate action and human rights protection. And lastly, another important that to suggest the measure for promoting climate resilient development model through the sustainable and rights based approaches. These are the objectives and research methodology. This study mainly adopts a qualitative and quantitative research methods based on the secondary sources of data. And the research, it is mainly the descriptive and exploratory in nature. Informal collected the data from various sources like the sources, books, and other articles and reports, IPCCR reports, and many UNO Climate Council, many policy documents. These are the main resources for the collection of the data. And the study uses a human rights based approach to analyze the climate change impacts and examine the existing legal framework, policies, and sustainable development initiatives. And it also collected the information will be analyzed through the thematic and comparative analysis to understand the challenges and opportunity for climate resilient model development model, and review of literature. The review of literature that many especially the intergovernmental panel on climate change, it's in its sixth report says that emphasizing that the climate change and the disproportionately affects the vulnerable population, especially the poor communities and indigenous groups, women and children. The report highlighting that the need for climate adaptation strategies that integrate equity, social justice, and human rights principles to achieve climate resilient development model. And another important report says that the United Nations Human Rights Council 21-24 report says that the increased focus on the relationship between the climate change and human rights. Recently, the UN discussion recognized that human right to a clean, humans have the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and stresses that the action must protect the vulnerable groups while ensuring participation, accountability, and equality in decision-making process. And the UNDP report 2023 says that the climate resilience and sustainable development argues that effective climate policies require inclusive governance approach, and it highlights that the adaptation and measures should be empowered the local communities and strengthen the institutions, promote social justice to reduce the climate vulnerability. So, another important report of the World Bank 23-24 says that the climate change and development show the climate-related disaster are increasingly impacted the poverty and inequality. That's why the study suggests that the investment in climate adaptation, renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and resilient livelihoods are essential for protecting the human rights and achieving the inclusive development. These are the sustainable development goal report 13 says that the inequality, peace, justice, and strong institutions provided are essential, are fundamental for the protecting the human rights. Overall, the existing review of literature suggests that the climate change is deeply connected with the human rights protection. So, however, the gaps remain in policy implementation, access to the climate change, finance, and the ensuring participation of vulnerable communities. Therefore, there is a need for rights-based approach that promotes sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient approach. It is essential in that area. We need to focus and we need to bridge the gap. So, next the hypothesis of the study. The hypothesis of study said that the climate change significantly affecting the protection and realization of the fundamental rights, particularly the vulnerable communities. And hypothesis 2 says that effective climate policies based on sustainability, inclusion, and human rights principle can contribute to the climate resilient development model. So, and the research questionnaire, how does the climate change influence the protection of the human basic rights? And what are the major challenges in integrating the human rights into the climate change policies? And how can sustainable and inclusive development strategies strengthening the climate change resilience initiatives? These are the research hypotheses. Coming to the mainly since the introduction in intergovernmental panel climate change consistently emphasizing the unequal impact of climate change on human rights system. Further, that is it says that the effective climate action and incorporate human rights very essential. That's why the legal instruments, including the United Nations Development Human Rights reports and international conventions and framework upholds the obligations to protect the human rights while addressing the climate related challenges. That's as a result the climate impact layer continuously escalating, and the issues such as the public health threatens the human rights and the socio-economic vulnerability, and the forced migration is also one of the important. Many because of the climate changes related aspects, the many people are migrating from their going to other places for because of the shelter and the food and the seeking for the employment. These are the in especially the metropolitan cities and urban cities, we are witnessing this kind of migration problem is very much related this kind of issue. So these are the these are the concerned issue, and the main implications of my study on the following. The implications of the study can be seen under the following heads. The main implication of the studies on the issue is on that the health implication. The first most important implication of the climate change on the health implication, that the climate change poses a sustainable threat to public health by exacerbating the existing health conditions and introducing new health risks. So it has been linked to increase the mortality rate and morbidity from the extreme weather events such as heat waves, storms and floods, and alongside the rising incidence of the foods, water and waterborne diseases. These are the main issues or implications on the health in ground, and vulnerable population including the women, children and ethnic minorities are disproportionately being affected by this health risk. The World Health Organization rightly says that, noted that the climate stress amplifications the risk associated with the disease, particularly for those in lower income regions, and where food security, access to clean water, and this is a main biggest challenge, and especially the impact is more on the vulnerable and the poor people and the migrated workers, laborers and their families. And another impact is on the socio-economic vulnerability. This is also one of the major impact. The social determinants of the health are increased, threatened by the climate change, which exacerbates the economic inequalities and impact the access to healthcare and social support system. The disadvantaged groups like the communities, they face height threatened exposure to the climate related risks and leading to increased rate of respiratory diseases due to poor air quality and other health challenges. Especially recently we can see in the Delhi metropolitan city, where the getting the pure air is very big challenge. That's why the people are affecting for the air respiratory issues in Hyderabad and many major cities also going in such a way. It is a alarming, dangerous warning bells. So these are the report. In this regard, the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency of USA, highlighted that the most severe consequences of climate change disproportionately affecting the underserved the communities. That means the underprivileged communities, they are lacking because the resources adaptive and recovery from the environmental shocks, because they don't have sufficient resources to recovery from that such kind of incidences. That's why where we need the policy initiatives, very important. And another important implication is on the displacement and migration. This is also one of the important impact. The rising sea levels and extreme weather events have led to the displacements and migration, further complicating the fulfillment of the human rights. That means millions of people who are living in coastal areas are at the risk of losing their homes, livelihoods due to submersion and the increased floods. Many last 2 years, 3 years in India, we also witnessing this kind of floods, unexpected floods. As a result, the tribal communities who are residing at that remote areas, they are very much affecting this unexpected kind of floods because of the climate change. These are happening because of the climate change. That's why these communities are
Please
severely affecting. And another important, in this, these are the like, so there are many waterborne issues and diseases, illness linked to the climate change, and many factors are health related, well-being and mental illness are there, many associated with this climate change. So that's why we need the intervention, that the strategies are very important. The following strategies are very important. The role of international convention, civil political rights, they should be played very significant role. Their role should be increased. And the United Nations framework on climate change, it should be properly implemented, which came into the adopted in 1992, but the implementation is very big challenge. That's why the implementation part should be properly implemented, and the Paris Agreement also done in 2015, but it is implementation, many of the its achievements and the goals are not reachable because of the indifferential attitude among the organization and countries. And the accountability and redressal mechanism should be there. They should be properly monitoring and they should be properly implemented. Then only the climate. So the major findings of my study are the climate change as a human right challenge. This is a climate change became a biggest challenge to human rights. That's why this problem should be addressed, and the disproportionate impact on vulnerable community. That means the labor community, the vulnerable community, they are mainly affecting the climate change. That's why this is also one of the main finding, and the need for right-based climate policies. The government, the intergovernmental policies, and the governments, even whether in developed countries or in developing countries, they should focus on the rights-based policies are very essential to address these communities, and the importance of sustainable and climate resilient model. This is also one of the strategy to address the community related. And the last, another one is this strengthening the global and local cooperation. This is one of the important aspect to address the above mentioned all the issues. The global and local level collaboration should be there. Then only we can effectively address this area. And the integrate so these are the many implications are there, and many case studies are suggesting that there are direct link between the climate change and the impact on affecting the human rights. So many countries like Ethiopia and India and Bhutan, many suggesting the community participation and involvement in the local people, and the NGOs are very essential for the addressing this community. I am coming to the conclusion, ma'am. This study also emphasizing that a need to address the specific challenges faced by the marginalized group like the migrated people and the vulnerable groups, and female-headed households and indigenous people and migrated workers. They should be addressed properly. And these communities often lack the resources necessary to cope with the climate shocks, making targeted investments in resilient building and equitable climate finance essential for their empowerment. And integrating the local knowledge with the significant scientific insights can be seen as a vital strategy to enhance the resilience and ensure the development efforts are both effective and cumulative appropriate. This is very important. And lastly, my study says suggests that the gender responsive climate policies and community based approaches, they can improve the resilience by recognizing local knowledge and ensuring equal participation and climate justice to all the vulnerable who are affecting the by the global change. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Good presentation. I request you next presentation 136, Dr. Remya S, Assistant Professor, Commerce.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Ji, ma'am, audible.
Okay, I will present my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Start.
Okay, shall I start my presentation? Okay, ma'am. Shall I start my presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this seminar for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. I am Dr. Rimya, Assistant Professor of St. Joseph's College Autonomous Irinalakuda, and my co-presenter is Ms. Rubini T.S., Assistant Professor of St. Joseph's College Autonomous Irinalakuda. And topic of presentation is a study on student migration to higher studies with special reference to Thrissur district, Kerala. Introduction. In the context of Thrissur district, which is widely recognized as an educational and cultural center of Kerala, commerce education holds considerable importance. The district hosts several higher education institutions offering undergraduate and professional commerce-related programs. Despite this, a noticeable number of commerce students migrate to other districts such as Ernakulam, Kozhikode, and even to metropolitan cities outside Kerala for higher studies. This trend raises important questions regarding the factors influencing their decisions and the comparative attractiveness of institutions inside and outside the district. Statement of the problem. The migration of students from Thrissur district in search of higher education opportunities has become a significant trend, leading to a loss of talent and potential in the region. Despite the presence of reputable educational institutions, many students are compelled to seek opportunities elsewhere due to limited availability of seats, perceived lower quality of education, and lack of specialized courses. This phenomenon raises concerns about the brain drain, socioeconomic implications, and the potential long-term consequences for the region's development. The problem requires an in-depth examination of the factors influencing student migration, its satisfaction on the students and the region, and the development of strategies to address these challenges and promote educational development in Thrissur district. Significance of the study. The study on student migration from the Thrissur district holds immense significance in understanding the dynamics of student mobility and its implications for the region. By exploring the factors driving students to migrate for higher education, the study aims to provide valuable insights that can inform policy decisions aimed at promoting educational development and addressing brain drain in the region. The findings of the study can help policymakers and educators understand the needs and aspirations of students, enabling them to develop targeted interventions and support systems that cater to the needs of the students. The main objectives of the study are to identify the major factors that shape their decision to migrate, to evaluate the satisfaction level of commerce students after migration, and to investigate the challenges faced by the commerce students before and after migration. These are some of the reviews which have been collected for the study. The methodology, the nature of the study is descriptive and analytical in nature. Both primary and secondary data have been used. Secondary data is collected through articles, magazines, and journals, and primary data was collected through structured questionnaire. The various tools used for analysis include Bean, Likert scale ranking, chi-square, and percentage analysis. The sampling method was purposive sampling method, and sampling frame includes migrated students within Thrissur district, and the sample size was 60 respondents representing students who are migrated for higher education. This is the table showing the important factors in decision to study abroad. From the above table, it is evident that the quality of education is the most significant factor influencing students in their decision to study abroad, as it has secured the highest mean score of 5.2 and ranks first. This clearly indicates that students give primary importance to the standard and excellence of education offered by foreign institutions. The second most important factor is university reputation with a mean score of 4.83, which also has a strong impact on students' decision. This shows that students consider globally recognized and well-ranked universities as a major criterion while choosing to study abroad. Cost of education, mean score 4.5, and post-study work visa opportunities, mean 4.35, are also key considerations. These factors highlight that students are concerned about both the affordability of education and the availability of career opportunities after completing their studies. This is the table showing the level of satisfaction, and from the above table, it is evident that students generally exhibit a satisfactory level of satisfaction. Institutional support for skill development and professional growth has the highest mean score of 4.15, which indicates that students are highly satisfied with this aspect. Access to libraries, laboratories, and other academic resources also shows a relatively high mean score of 3.93, reflecting that students are satisfied with the availability and quality of academic resources provided to support their learning. The quality of teaching has a mean score of 3.83, indicating a good level of satisfaction among students. Similarly, opportunities for extracurricular activities and social interaction have a mean score of 3.80, suggesting that students are moderately satisfied with the non-academic environment and engagement opportunities provided by the institution. On the other hand, hostel and PG facilities have the lowest mean score of 3.75. This is the table showing the challenges faced before moving abroad for studying. From this table, it is evident that financial constraints are the most significant challenges faced by students in their decision to study abroad, with the highest mean score of 3.82. This indicates that financial issues are the primary concern among students. Lack of information is the second most challenging factor, with a mean score of 3.42. Difficulty in course selection ranks third with a mean score of 3.25, indicating that students experience some uncertainty while choosing appropriate courses. Family concern is ranked fourth with a mean score of 2.80, indicating a moderate level of influence on students' decision. Visa issues are the least challenging factor with the lowest mean score of 2.35. The major findings, it is found that financial constraints are the most significant challenge faced before going abroad with a mean score of 3.82, while visa issues mean score 2.35 are the least faced challenge. The analysis reveals that language barriers are the most significant academic challenge faced by students abroad with a mean score of 3.75, while cultural diversity in the classroom mean score of 2.27 is the least faced academic challenge. The study indicates that managing expenses is the most significant financial challenge faced by students abroad with a mean score of 3.46, while difficulty in getting scholarship is the least faced financial challenge with a mean score of 2.08. The findings reveal that visa application process is the most significant issue among visa-related challenges. Suggestion: since quality of education and university reputation are the main motivating factors for migration, students should be guided to evaluate universities based on accreditation, employability outcomes, and course structure rather than trends and peer influence. Financial constraints and lack of proper guidance are the major challenges faced by students before going abroad. To address this, the government and banks should make education loans easier to access by simplifying procedures, reducing collateral requirements, and offering flexible repayment options. At the same time, colleges should provide career counseling and guidance support to help students to choose the right courses from these opportunities, ensuring better decision making before migration. Conclusion: the study concludes that quality of education is the most significant factor influencing students' decision to pursue higher education abroad. University reputation and cost of education are also key determinants. Students are mainly motivated by expectations of better academic resources, global exposure, and improved career prospects. This clearly indicates that students view international education as an opportunity for academic excellence and professional advancement. Although students perceive studying abroad as beneficial, they encounter multiple challenges at different stages. Financial constraints emerge as the major challenge. Academically, language barriers and differences in teaching style also pose difficulties. Personally and socially, homesickness and cultural adjustments are prominent concerns. Financial management abroad, particularly managing expenses and dealing with currency exchange, visa-related procedures, especially the application process and documentation requirements, add to the complexity. Thank you. Thank you,
Sir,
ma'am.
shall I speak now? Sir, shall I speak now?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. Next serial number S Suniti. Next serial number 38, Dr. Rasa Kumari. Dr. Rasa Kumari.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yes. Assistant Professor of Law from Odisha.
Yes, sir.
Only 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will start, sir. Good afternoon, all respected panelists, chair, co-chair, all friends. Today, present my paper IPR in music and yoga, legal protection, challenges and opportunities. This paper examines the concept of IPR, its application in music and yoga, the legal frameworks. Intellectual property right is application in music and yoga. The legal framework governing these fields challenges faced in protecting right and the significance of blessing innovation with cultural heritage. Music is a creative expression protected preliminary through copyright laws, While yoga, being an ancient traditional practice, is generally considered part of the public domain and protected through mechanism related to traditional knowledge. IPR are legal rights granted to creator and innovator to protect their intellectual creation. This right encourages innovation and creativity by providing exclusive control over the use and commercialization of creativity works. Intellectual property includes innovation, literacy, and artist works, design, symbol, name, and images used in commerce. Music and yoga are two different important area while intellectual property law play a significant role. Music is an artist expression, a composition, lyric, performance and recording. Yoga, on the other hand, is an ancient practice with roots in traditional knowledge dating back a thousand of years. The protection of music through copyright law is well established worldwide. However, protecting yoga presents unique challenges because yoga posture and practice are generally regarded as a traditional knowledge that belongs to humanity rather than to individual creators. This paper explore this different and examine how intellectual property law address them, music and yoga, the legal of protection, how to challenges and opportunities. Concept of intellectual property right. Intellectual property right refer to legal protection provide for creation of the human mind. This right enable to create benefit from the innovation and creative works. And these objectives are encouraging innovation and creativity, provide economic reward to creator, promote technology and cultural development. Type of intellectual property rights: copyright, second patent, trademark, industrial design, graphical indication, traditional knowledge protection. Copyright means protect a literacy, artist, musical, dramatic work. It grants creator exclusive right to reproduce, distribute, perform, and adapt their work. Patent. The patent protect a invention and grant inventor exclusive right for a limit period, usually 20 years. Trademark. A trademark protect name, symbol, logo, and sign used to distinguish good and service. Intellectual property right in music. Music is one of the most significant form creative expression protected under intellectual property law. It involves the collaboration of composer, lyric, singer, musician, producer, and recording companies. Copyright protection in music Act, Copyright Act 1957 enacted. Music legal protection and challenges protect a musical composition, lyric, and sound. The feeling of the following elements receive a protection: music composition, song, lyric, and music videos. Right of music creator, some rights of music creator: economical right, royalty, license agreement, streaming service, concert performance. Moral right. Moral right protect the reputation and identity of creator by ensuring proper attribution and preventing unauthorized alteration. Copyright law governing music in India, the act recognizes of composer, lyric, and performance. Important amendment have strength royalty right for author and performer in the digital age. Music license and royalty. Following parties, a type of license: mechanical license, permit reproduction of songs, performance license, and allow music is to be used in film and advertisement and television. Digital streaming license cover online streaming platform. Important of royalty: the creator and ensure a sustainable artist production. Some provide a financial composition. A radio broadcast, television broadcast, and streaming service. On this understanding of yoga as a traditional Yoga organized in ancient India and encompasses physical, mental, and spiritual practice aimed at achieving harmony and well-being. Major component of yoga is asana, pranayam, meditation, ethical principle. This is a breathing technique and a posture asanas. Yoga has become a global phenomenon practiced by million worldwide. Intellectual property issue in yoga. Unlike music, yoga is generally not protected through conventional copyright or a patent laws because it is a part of traditional knowledge. While yoga cannot be easily patent are require novelty, industrial applicability, and traditional yoga practice have existed for centuries and therefore don't satisfy the novelty requirement. Copyright and yoga is generally not yoga is not a copyright. However, copyright may protect yoga book, industrial manual, education material, trading video, and organizing artist representation. Trademark protection, yoga, brand name, logo, certificate program, and specialized yoga schools. And objective of and international recognition of yoga has gained a significant global recognition, notable development, and International Day of Yoga observed annually on June 21. Recognition of yoga as an important cultural practice, growth of yoga education and certification worldwide. Comparison of analyzes music and yoga aspects, creative expression, traditional knowledge, main protection, and copyright and traditional knowledge protection, ownership, individual creator, collective cultural heritage. In that point, legal and ethical concern, music and copyright infringement, unauthorized streaming, royalty dispute, AI generated content issues in Copyright Act in music and yoga. And a suggestion of in IPR in music and yoga, technological advancement continue to reshape intellectual property protection. Music, blockchain-based royalty system. Second, AI copyright regulation, enhanced digital right management, international licensing framework. In yoga, development may include stronger traditional knowledge database, international recognition of indigenous rights, and improve protection against biopsy, greater awareness of cultural heritage preservation. In my last point, conclude intellectual property rights serve as a vital mechanism for protecting creativity, innovation, and cultural heritage. In the field of museum, music, copyright law provide compulsory protection to lyric performance and producer them to benefit economical from their creativity effort. Through license and royalty system, intellectual property law promote artist growth and innovation. In yoga present unique case because it is a ancient from our traditional knowledge rather than an individual creation. While yoga posture themselves generally cannot be patented or copyrighted, related educational material, trademark, and branding element may receive protection. India's traditional knowledge digital library has played a crucial role in safeguard yoga from misappropriation and preventing unauthorized patent claims. The comparison between music and yoga demonstrated the flexibility of intellectual property law in addressing a diverse form of human creativity and knowledge. Effective protection of both fields require a balance between encouraging innovation, preserving cultural heritage, and ensuring fair access of society. In this last, while respecting both individual creativity and collective tradition. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Next, number. Next serial number 33, Miss Aditi Singla. 33, Miss Aditi. आप ज्वाइन है क्या में? Okay, next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, Aditi Singla is here. Good afternoon.
Yes, Aditi ma'am, please start.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon, all the dignitaries. It's my great pleasure today that I get a chance to present my research paper. Firstly, I will introduce myself. I am Aditi Singla, Assistant Professor, Department of Music Vocal, Khalsa College for Women, Civil Lines, Ludhiana, Punjab, India. My topic for the research is therapeutic influence of music on stress reduction and psychological well-being, a review of contemporary perspectives. In today's era, stress has become one of the most significant health concerns of the 21st century, affecting individuals across all age groups and professions. Increasing levels of occupational pressure, academic competition, social challenges, and lifestyle changes have contributed to the widespread prevalence of anxiety, depression, and stress related disorders. Stress is natural, philosophical, and psychological response to demanding situations. While moderate levels of stress may improve motivation and performance, prolonged exposure to stress can negatively affect mental and physical health. My objectives of the study is to examine the relationship between music and stress reduction, to explore the neuropsychological foundation of music-induced relaxation, to evaluate the effectiveness of music therapy, and to identify future directions for research in music therapy and mental health. My study employs a qualitative review methodology based on secondary sources of information. The reviewed studies were selected on the basis of their relevance to stress management, emotional regulation, and psychological well being. Although short term stress may enhance alertness and performance, chronic stress has numerous adverse consequences. These include hypertension, anxiety, depression, immune functioning, and cognitive impairment. Now, I will talk about the music therapy as a clinical intervention. Music therapy is a professional healthcare discipline in which trained therapists use musical experiences to achieve therapeutic goals. Applications in the healthcare, anxiety disorder, depression treatment reported significantly reductions in anxiety among surgical patients who received music interventions before medical procedures. Therapeutic applications of Indian classical ragas affect a lot on the patient. Like if we sing rag todi, is traditionally performed during morning hours and believed to promote emotional balance and mental calmness. Same as it is if we sing rag Shivranjani. This rag is known for soothing quality and it's frequently utilizes for stress reduction and emotional release. I will sing Rag Shivranjani Aro and Avro. That is sa re ga pa dha sa dha pa ga pa ga re sa. Same as it is Rag Bageshri. Emotional character of Bageshri is associated with tranquility, emotional depth, and calmness. In the last, I will conclude my topic with the evidence reviewed in this paper that indicates music serve as a powerful and effective tool for reducing stress and promoting psychological well-being through its influence on neurochemical processes, physiological responses, emotional regulation, and social functioning. Music contributes significantly to holistic health. Music therapy continues to gain recognition as an important complementary healthcare intervention. Furthermore, Indian classical ragas offer promising opportunities for culturally relevant therapeutic applications. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next serial number 39, Upasana Singh. Upasana Singh.
Good afternoon, sir.
ANDNM महाविद्यालय कानपुर उत्तर प्रदेश.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, please start, ma'am.
Okay, wait. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons and distinguished scholar. My name is Upasna Singh. Today I'm here to present my paper titled The Organic Shift, India's Agricultural Future. Coming to the next slide. What is organic agriculture? Organic food is grown, stored, and processed through holistic agricultural practices that prioritize biodiversity, environmental health, soil quality, and eliminate the use of synthetic chemicals. Agriculture supports a large parts of India's population. Excessive chemical use has harmed soil and the environment, making organic farming a sustainable alternative. India's organic status. India ranks among the top countries in organic farming with over 5 million hectares under organic cultivation, but it still covers only a small share of total farmland. Coming to the next slide, the epicenters of adoption, leading states. Madhya Pradesh leads in organic farming, followed by Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Karnataka, and Gujarat. Sikkim is India's first fully organic state. The organic farming cycle. Organic farming improves soil health through crop rotation, organic manure biodiversity, and natural pest management. Environmental benefits of organic farming. It enhances soil fertility, conserves water, increases biodiversity, and improves resilience against climate change. Economic and health benefits. Farmers receive premium prices, consumers get safer food, and rural communities benefit through sustainable livelihoods. Productivity and supply challenges in organic farming. Farmers often face lower yield during the transition period and limited availability of organic inputs. Market challenges, lack of awareness, costly certification, and weak marketing infrastructure hinder growth. The policy playbook, government support to organic farming. Government schemes like Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Paddhati, Mission Organic Value Chain Development, One District, One Product, and National Program for Organic Product promote organic farming through financial and technical assistance. Strategies, better training, easier certification, stronger markets, and technological support can accelerate adoption in organic farming. Conclusion, organic farming combines traditional knowledge with modern innovation to create a sustainable, profitable, and environmentally friendly agricultural future for India. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Next, serial number 40, Neeta. Neeta Apokar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Neeta, ma'am. Research scholar of management, Nasik, Maharashtra. Please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My topic is a psychological disorder or crime. ఈయన సంస్కృత శ్లోक मृत शरीर कृचाय शास्त्र संरक्षितो विपुषाय बांधतम यतीन धर्म पूजितो. अर्थात इन मराठी गरुड पुराणानुसार मृत्यूनंतर मृत्यू देहाची राख किंवा अस्थि थंड होईपर्यंत त्यास गंगाजल किंवा दुधाने शांत केले जाते. मृत्यूदेहाची कोणत्याही प्रकारची विडंबना अनादर हे अपहरण किंवा आंतरिक मानले जाते. अर्थात की जो आफ्टर अवर डेथ द all of rituals according to our Hindu Sanskriti or Muslim or any other religions, the dead body is not just an organ or it's a part of, it's
human body, and its all rituals are given to a equal dignity just like a human being. Necrophilia as a sexual attraction or engagement with the corpses remain one of the most taboo and least studied phenomena at the interaction. Hello? Hello? I'm audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
audible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Interaction of a psychiatry with criminology and law. Despite its rare occurrence, the subject demands scholars' attention due to its profound ethical, legal, and psychological implications. My paper presentation examine whether necrophilia should be classified primarily as a psychiatric disorder, a criminal offense, or both simultaneously. Throughout a review of existing psychologically literature, forensic case studies, and a legal framework across different jurisdictions, study explore the underlying psychologically mechanism, including paraphernalia, antheistical personality disorder, and trauma-based behavior devotions that may drive necrophilia behavior. Furthermore, it analyzes how various legal systems criminalize or fail to criminalize such acts, revealing significant inconsistencies in a global legislation. The findings suggest that necrophilia cannot be reduced to a single framework. Rather, it occupies a complex space where mental illness and criminal culpability often develop. The paper argues for a dual approach, one that ensures psychometric evaluation and a treatment while maintaining a legal accountability. To better address justice, public safety, and human dignity, a multidisciplinary perspective involving psychologists, legal scholars, and ethicists are essential for developing coherent policies surrounding the deeply sensitive issue. As per our music, the yoga, music, and some theories are also effect. But basically, we are generally facing or giving treatment to a psychiatrist or some psychological counselings. But beside this, there are music, yoga, and some vipassana skills are also help to in this situation. The yoga, just before my research, some research scholars are said, I think Rima ma'am, the Raga Yamana and Raga Bhairavi are also work out on this mental chroma to give some positive thinking about this. The yoga also provides the chronological context where we are in a time, and music provides the sensibility bridge emotional processing. Vipassana also provides the inner practice direct confirmation. Then ancient traditions offer that modern psychology often lacks. Death consequence, where property cultivated lands to filter living, call for indemnity. Some yogas like in the Kali Yuga phase, a peak of a materialistic attachment, that is a fear or a bodily death. In at Satyuga area, death scenes as a natural cosmetic transitions. Yuga cycles mirror personal cycles of death and rebirth, that is a karma. Music and death conscience are also some ragas mapped to state of a dying, that is a raga Bhairava, raga Yaman, raga Darbhadri. Music as a Nada Brahma, sound as a bridges between life and death. Music therapy research in a palliative care settings. Some Vipassana, the Buddha's instructions that in mindfulness of a death, when developed, is of a great fruit. Body dissolution, mediation, that is a Shubha practice. However, Vipassana practitioners report reduced death anxiety. Hello. At the end of my topic, some conclusions are given to this. Ancient traditions offer what modern psychologies, the death consequences, and the hello.
Yes, continue.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yeah. At the end of my paper, the paper has examining the conclusions necrophilia through the dual lenses of psychometric classification and criminal law, demonstrating that the behavior exists at the complex intersections of mental illness and criminality. The psychological literature confirms that the necrophilia is a severe paralytic disorder, often co-occurring with anesthetical personality disorder, trauma histories, and other pathologies. The legal literature reveals a fragmenting and inconsistent global response, with many jurisdictions lacking exploitation statutory prohibits. The central argument of this paper that necrophilia must be addressed through a dual framework that integrates psychiatric evaluation and treatment with a clear legal prohibition and prohibited criminal sanctions, supported by the analysis of documental cases like latest Arjikar case at Calcutta, Smita Shinde's case at Mumbai. These cases and the limitations of both purely clinically and purely penetic approaches. Moving forward, legislatures, mental health professionals, and ethics must collaborate to develop comprehensive and consistent policies. Expanded research into a psychological mechanism underlying necrophilia behavior, combined with a clear legislative framework and robust forensic psychiatric services, represent the most dispensable and effective path toward addressing the deeply troubling phenomena in a manner and uphold both justice and human dignity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Next serial number 41, Vandana Garg.
Hello. Yes, sir. I'm here. Very good afternoon.
Professor, Institute of Management and Technology, Punjab. Yes, please start, ma'am. Only 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay. All right. So, very good afternoon to all present here, our honorable judges, esteemed guests, and all the researchers and all my dear participants. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for providing me with this wonderful opportunity to present my research. I am Vandana Garg from Punjab Institute of Management and Technology, Mandi Gobindgarh, Punjab. Today, I am presenting my research paper titled Digital Detox and Mindfulness at Work, examining their influence on the employee well being and organizational performance in the digital era. We are living in an era where the digital technology has become an inseparable part of our daily lives. In modern organization, employees rely heavily on the emails, instant messages, online meeting, cloud platforms, and various digital applications to perform their work effectively. Although these technologies have significantly improved communication, flexibility, and productivity, yet they have also introduced several challenges also. So basically, many employees today experience digital fatigue, information overload, constant notification, work related stress, burnout, and difficulty maintaining a healthy work life balance. Even after the office hours, many remain connected to the work through mobile phones and laptops, making it increasingly difficult to disconnect mentally from the professional responsibilities. This situation raises a major important question that can organization improve employee productivity without compromising the employee well-being? The question became the motivation behind my research. My study focused on the two emerging workplace wellness practices. First is digital detox and second is mindfulness at work. So basically, digital detox refers to the intentional reduction of the unnecessary digital device usage to minimize stress, improve concentration, and establish healthier boundaries between the work and personal life. It is important to note that the digital detox doesn't mean avoiding technology completely, rather, it encourages responsible and balanced use of digital tools. On the other hand, mindfulness at work refers to the fully present, attentive, and emotional aware while performing the workplace task. It helps employees manage stress, improve decision making, enhance focus, and respond calmly to the challenging situations. I believe that when these two practices are adopted together, they can significantly improve both employee wellness and organizational success. So now coming to the objectives of my study. First objective is to examine the impact of digital detox on the employee well-being, to study how employee well-being affect the organizational performance, and finally to understand whether digital detox and mindfulness together can contribute to the healthier and more productive workplace. For the research, I have adopted a quantitative research methodology. The study is based on both primary and secondary data. Primary data will be collected through the structured questionnaire using the 5-point Likert scale from the employee working in the different sectors such as education, banking, IT, healthcare, and corporate organization. The collected responses will be analyzed using the SPSS software. Statistical tools such as descriptor stats, reliability analysis using the Kochberg alpha, Pearson correlation, and multiple regression analysis will be used to examine the relationship among the variables. The conceptual framework of my study includes the four major variables. First is digital detox and mindfulness at work. Second is these influence the employee well-being, which act as a mediating variable. Improved employee well-being is expected to enhance the dependent variable, which is organizational performance. Based on this framework, four research hypotheses have been formulated to examine their relationship. The expected findings of this research indicates that the employees who have consciously managed their digital usage and regularly practice mindfulness are likely to experience lower stress levels, better emotional balance, greater job satisfaction, and improved work-life balance. As a result, organizations may benefit through the increased employee engagement, higher productivity, improved teamwork, reduced absenteeism, and stronger organizational performance. Therefore, this study suggests that the employee well-being should be viewed merely as an employee welfare initiative, but as a strategic investment that contributes directly to the organizational success. To conclude, technology has undoubtedly transformed the way organizations function. However, the technology advancement should always be accompanied by the practices that protect employees' mental and emotional well-being. Digital detox and mindfulness are simply not wellness trends. They are practical management strategies that can help organizations build resilient, motivated, and productive workforces. I firmly believe that organizations which successfully balance digital innovations with employee wellness will be better positioned to achieve sustainable growth and long-term success. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I will be happy to answer any question or receive any valuable suggestions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very nice presentation. Next serial number 42, Dr. Ved Prakash. Dr. Ved Prakash. The next serial number 43, Dr. Paramjit Kaur. Dr. Paramjit Kaur.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Paramjit Kaur, ma'am, Associate Professor of Music at the College, Ambala, Kent. Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir. जी sir. Okay. Good evening, all of you. My topic योग और संगीत हार्मोन्स की हार्मनी. योग और संगीत प्राचीन काल से ही शारीरिक, मानसिक तथा आध्यात्मिक उन्नति के प्रभावी साधन माने जाते रहे हैं. भारतीय परंपरा में दोनों को ईश्वर प्राप्ति और आत्मानुभूति के श्रेष्ठ माध्यमों के रूप में स्वीकार किया गया है. योग शारीरिक मुद्राओं, प्राणायाम और ध्यान के माध्यम से शरीर की विभिन्न जैव रासायनिक प्रक्रियाओं एवं अंतःस्रावी ग्रंथियों को सक्रिय करता है, जबकि संगीत मानसिक एवं भावनात्मक स्तर पर इन प्रक्रियाओं को संतुलित एवं समन्वित करने में उत्प्रेरक की भूमिका निभाता है. मानव शरीर में होने वाली इन क्रियाओं के पीछे हार्मोन्स एवं तंत्रिका तंत्र का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है. योग तथा संगीत के सह क्रियात्मक प्रभाव से व्यक्ति शांत, स्थिर, संतुलित तथा अधिक कार्यकुशल बनता है। इनके अभ्यास में से ऐसे हार्मोन्स का स्राव बढ़ता है जो सुख, संतोष, प्रसन्नता एवं मानसिक शांति की अनुभूति कराते हैं। आधुनिक जीवन की चुनौतियों के बीच संतुलन स्थापित करने में योग और संगीत की उपयोगिता को देखते हुए प्रतिवर्ष 21 जून को विश्व योग दिवस तथा विश्व संगीत दिवस मनाया जाता है। दोनों की परस्पर उपयोगिता के अनेक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किए जा सकते हैं। नंबर 1, एकाग्रता में वृद्धि। योग और संगीत दोनों ही मनुष्य की कंसंट्रेशन को बढ़ाने में सहायक है। योगाभ्यास में प्राणायाम, ध्यान तथा आसनों के माध्यम से मन को वर्तमान क्षण में स्थिर किया जाता है, जिससे चंचलता कम होती है। इसी प्रकार संगीत के स्वर, लय और ताल श्रोता एवं साधक के मन को एक बिंदु पर केंद्रित करने में सहायता करते हैं। नियमित संगीत साधना स्मरण शक्ति, ध्यान तथा मानसिक सजगता को विकसित करती है। नंबर 2, लचीलापन एवं मानसिक शिथिलता। योग शारीरिक लचीलेपन को बढ़ाता है। विभिन्न आसनों के अभ्यास से शरीर के अंग खुलते हैं, मांसपेशियों की जकड़न कम होती है, शरीर की गतियां सहज और सुचारू रूप बनती हैं। इससे मस्तिष्क को विश्रांति प्राप्त होती है। दूसरी ओर संगीत मन के तनाव, चिंता और नकारात्मक भावनाओं को मुक्त करने का कार्य करता है। मधुर संगीत सुनने अथवा गाने से मन पुनः सक्रिय, प्रसन्न और कार्य के प्रति उत्साहित हो जाता है। इस प्रकार योग शरीर को और संगीत मन को लचीला एवं सशक्त बनाते हैं। आंतरिक संवाद को प्रोत्साहन, कम्युनिकेशन। योग और संगीत दोनों विशिष्ट माध्यम है कम्युनिकेशन बढ़ाने में। योग में ब्रह्मा इंद्रियों का नियंत्रण कर मनुष्य अपने अंतर मन से संवाद स्थापित करता है। ध्यान की अवस्था में आंखें बंद हो जाती हैं और चेतना भीतर की ओर प्रभावित होती है। संगीत भी व्यक्ति को अपने अंतरतम भावों से जोड़ता है। स्वर और नाद के माध्यम से मनुष्य उन भावनाओं को अभिव्यक्त करता है जिन्हें शब्दों में व्यक्त करना कठिन होता है। इस प्रकार दोनों आत्म संवाद और आत्म चिंतन के साधन हैं। सरल एवं कम खर्चीले साधन। योग और संगीत दोनों ऐसे साधन हैं जिनके लिए अत्यधिक आर्थिक संसाधनों की आवश्यकता होती। महंगे उपकरणों अथवा जिम की भारी भरकम फीस के बिना भी इनका अभ्यास किया जा सकता है। थोड़े से मार्गदर्शन और नियमित अभ्यास द्वारा कोई भी व्यक्ति इनका लाभ प्राप्त कर सकता है। विश्व मंच पर भारत की गौरवपूर्ण पहचान। योग और भारतीय संगीत ने विश्व स्तर पर भारत को विशिष्ट पहचान दिलाई है। आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस विश्व भर में मनाया जाता है और भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत कलाकार विश्व के प्रमुख मंचों पर अपनी कला का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इन दोनों ने भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत को वैश्विक सम्मान प्रदान किया है। अनुशासन का विकास। योग और संगीत दोनों के अभ्यास में नियमितता, धैर्य और समर्पण की आवश्यकता होती है। प्रतिदिन अभ्यास करने की प्रवृत्ति व्यक्ति में समय पालन, आत्म संयम और अनुशासन का विकास करती है। यही अनुशासन जीवन के अन्य क्षेत्रों में सफलता का आधार बनता है। सामाजिक एवं सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों के संरक्षक। योग और संगीत भारतीय सामाजिक एवं सांस्कृतिक मूल्यों के संरक्षण में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। ये व्यक्ति को सहिष्णुता, करुणा, सहयोग, सम्मान तथा नैतिकता जैसे गुणों से संपन्न बनाते हैं। लोक संगीत, भक्ति संगीत और योग की परंपराएं हमारी सांस्कृतिक पहचान को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी सुरक्षित रखने का कार्य करती हैं। एकांत साधना से सहन शक्ति का विकास। योग और संगीत की साधना प्राय शांत वातावरण में एकाग्र होकर की जाती है। जब व्यक्ति कुछ समय के लिए एकांत में बैठकर ध्यान, प्राणायाम अथवा संगीत साधना करता है तो उसकी मानसिक एवं शारीरिक सहन शक्ति में वृद्धि होती है। वह विपरीत परिस्थितियों का सामना अधिक धैर्य और संतुलन के साथ कर पाता है। योग और संगीत दोनों मानव शरीर की अंतःस्रावी प्रणाली तथा तंत्रिका तंत्र को प्रभावित करते हैं। योगाभ्यास के दौरान विभिन्न आसन, प्राणायाम एवं ध्यान शरीर की ग्रंथियों को सक्रिय करते हैं, जिससे हार्मोन स्राव का संतुलन बना रहता है। दूसरी ओर संगीत मस्तिष्क के लिम्बिक सिस्टम को ग्रंथ प्रभावित कर भावनात्मक एवं मानसिक प्रतिक्रियाओं का नियमन करता है। अनुसाधनों के ज्ञात हुआ है कि मधुर एवं संतुलित संगीत तथा नियमित योगाभ्यास तनाव हार्मोन कार्टिसोल के स्तर को कम करने तथा सुखद अनुभूतियों से संबंधित डोपामिन, सेरोटोनिन और ऑक्सीटोसिन जैसे हार्मोन्स के स्तर को बढ़ाने में सहायक हो सकते हैं। परिणाम स्वरूप व्यक्ति में मानसिक शांति, आत्मविश्वास, सामाजिक जुड़ाव तथा सकारात्मक सोच का विकास होता है। संगीत तथा योग दोनों को प्रभावित करने वाले में बहुत से हार्मोन ऐसे हैं जो अ, इसमें रिलीज होते हैं, जो कि इनका बहुत सारे विवरण दिया गया है पेपर में, आप सब पढ़ सकेंगे। मैं इसको शॉर्ट वे में कर रही हूँ, आगे इसका निष्कर्ष पे आती हूँ। इस प्रकार योग शरीर में हार्मोनल संतुलन स्थापित करने का कार्य करता है, जबकि संगीत उन हार्मोनल परिवर्तनों को भावनात्मक एवं मानसिक स्तर पर प्रभावी बनाता है। दोनों का संयुक्त प्रभाव व्यक्ति के शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य, मानसिक संतुलन, भावनात्मक परिपक्वता तथा आध्यात्मिक विकास में सहायता सिद्ध होता है। कर्म योग का यह सिद्धांत संगीत के साथ मिलकर जीवन में हार्मनी तथा सहजता स्थापित करने में हार्मोन्स को सदैव बस में रखता है। जहाँ योगा अपने बाहरी संपर्क को काटकर अंतर मन से जुड़ने का प्रयास है, वहीं संगीत इस कार्य में और बल देते हुए सत्य से साक्षात्कार करने की क्षमता रखता है। शायद ऐसे लोगों के लिए गुरु अर्जन देव जी ने कहा है, ये लोग सुखी है परलोक सुहेले, अर्थात वे मनुष्य इस संसार में भी सुखी रहते हैं और परलोक में भी आनंदित रहते हैं, जो अपने अंतर्मन में को पहचानते हैं। निष्कर्ष, योग और संगीत दोनों मानव जीवन को संतुलित, स्वस्थ एवं सार्थक बनाने के प्रभावी साधन है। यद्यपि दोनों की कार्यप्रणाली भिन्न है, तथापि उनका अंतिम उद्देश्य मनुष्य के शारीरिक, मानसिक एवं आध्यात्मिक कल्याण को सुनिश्चित करना है। योग शरीर की अंतःस्रावी प्रणाली तथा तंत्रिका तंत्र को संतुलित करने का कार्य करता है, जबकि संगीत भावनाओं, विचारों एवं मानसिक अवस्थाओं को सकारात्मक दिशा प्रदान करता है। इन दोनों के संयुक्त प्रभाव से डोपामिन, ऑक्सीटोसिन, सेरोटोनिन, एंडोर्फिन जैसे सुखद अनुभूतियों से संबंधित हार्मोन्स के स्तर पर वृद्धि और कार्टिसोल जैसे तनावकारी हार्मोन्स के प्रभाव को में कमी देखी जा सकती है। अध्ययन से स्पष्ट होता है कि योग एवं संगीत का समन्वित अभ्यास केवल शारीरिक स्वास्थ्य तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि यह व्यक्ति के में आत्मविश्वास, एकाग्रता, अनुशासन, सामाजिक सामंजस्य तथा आध्यात्मिक चेतना का भी विकास करता है। आधुनिक जीवन की भागदौड़, तनाव और प्रतिस्पर्धा के वातावरण में योग और संगीत एक ऐसी समन्वित जीवन पद्धति प्रस्तुत करते हैं जो व्यक्ति को आंतरिक शांति, भावनात्मक संतुलन तथा जीवन के प्रति सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण प्रदान करते हैं। भगवत गीता के कर्म योग तथा भारतीय संगीत की नाद ब्रह्म परंपरा दोनों इस सत्य की पुष्टि करते हैं कि जब मन, शरीर और आत्मा में सामंजस्य स्थापित होता है, तब जीवन में वास्तविक आनंद और संतुलन की प्राप्ति होती है। अतः योग और संगीत की यह हार्मोनिक संगति मानव कल्याण की दिशा में एक प्रभावशाली एवं वैज्ञानिक आधार प्रस्तुत करती है। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. No, very nice presentation. Next, serial number 44. Kamruddin Hamza.
Sir, serial number 134. I'm Dr. Jagdish Chauhan.
Yes, 1 minute, sir. अभी मैं आता हूँ. Serial number 45. Vidya Kishan Alwa. Next, serial number 46. Kiran. Next, serial number 46. Kiran. Next, serial number 47. Chitramala. Next, serial number Chitramala. Next, serial number 48. Anikant Jain. Next, serial number 49. Dr. Uma Nandini Jaiswal. Dr. Uma Nandini Jaiswal. Serial number 34. Dr. Jagdish Chauhan.
Yes, sir. Dr. Jagdish Chauhan.
Chauhan, sir. Divine Waste Management Service, Indore, Madhya Pradesh.
Yes.
Please start, sir. Only 5 minutes. If any want to presentation, please ready. मेरे पास जो लिस्ट था उनमें से मैंने सभी का नाम अनाउंस किया है. अगर इनमें से कोई प्रेजेंटेशन की बचा है तो आप सभी रेडी रहें, वन बाय वन आप अपना सीरियल नंबर बता के प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते हैं। अगर जिनका लिस्ट में नाम नहीं है वो भी अपना प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहते हैं तो दे सकते हैं। ओके, जगदीश सर प्लीज स्टार्ट।
Yes, yes. Hello everyone. I am Dr. Jagdish Chauhan. Present my paper. My paper subject title is Study of Role of IC Campaign for the Minimize the 3R Concept of Waste Management. So waste management is the very important part of our daily routine life. So we are very focused for the solid waste management and solid waste management related to work there. Divine is also part of implementation agency in overall Madhya Pradesh, and another state is like UP, Maharashtra and Gujarat. So are working with solid waste management for the public awareness and public participation for in waste management and reduce the minimization of waste, solid waste in the grassroots level. So providing the literature and all review of literature in related the study, also provide in my research paper. And I just focus on only my findings and some involve factors related for this study. So first is the involvement factors. So very important part of our waste minimization for the 3R concept. So very important factor is involvement, like the involvement of the all kind of stakeholders for the solid waste management, and reduce the waste management process, like the government officials, urban local bodies departments, like that. And another one is the public, like service utilize and service providers, that. And another factors involvement like this public participation for the minimization of the solid waste, and after the reduce and recycle mm, and waste minimization process. So another factor is important in this process is the uh, role of public administrative officers, like the municipal officers, chief municipal officers, CEOs, like very important role play for the waste minimization and as a campaign of minimization campaign for the waste management. Another factor is the very important is the understanding of the solid waste management rules, like our government and our legislative members, and like that public representative present and make the good policies and rules for the management of solid waste. So our representative make the rules, but implementation is part of in hand of government officers. So very important role of is that factor, like government official factor. So that my studies totally focus on public participation, how to manage our waste, daily routine waste, and how to minimize the our creation of waste for the society in the environment, like that. So all of studies, many studies available like on the solid waste management, but we are focusing for especially for the public participation and public based the solid waste management. So thank you, thanks to all of representative, all of my colleagues and all chairperson and other co-chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Yes, Amit Mishra, sir. Your serial number, sir.
11.
11.
Sir, I want to share my PPT.
Start, sir.
Okay, sir, I want to share my PPT. Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, sir, I'm doing without PPT. Okay.
Sir, so I am going to present my view on. Yes, please check your PPT, sir. Okay, sir. Wait a minute.
So after Amit, may I present?
Yeah. Okay, sir. Am I audible? Yes, please start. Only 5 minutes. Okay, sir. So the paper's title is The Idea of Value Education and Advait Vedantic Critique of its Philosophical Presumption. So what's the paper about? Paper is about questioning the fundamental assumptions of value education. As as there are certain kinds of such as our NEP, Kolsberg theory of value education, Licona theory of value education suggests that the value is something which can be transferred and it's like a commodity, and we can transfer values from one person to another person. There are four fundamental presumptions are there which I want to uh, present there. First is transmissibility. This is that value can be conveyed from those who have them and to those who lacks them. Moral agency, deficit model, and instrumental model that says that the goal is virtuous and socially integrated individual. So these are the four fundamental assumptions in which our core assumption of value education lie down, and our curriculum is structured uh, on the basis of these four fundamental presumptions. So I am going to question these fundamental presumptions of value education by the view of Advait Vedant, which is a philosophy of Vedas. The Adiguru Shankaracharya was the its main propounder. So Sankara says that in his Brahma Sutra doctrine that the word is word is adhyas. Adhyas means superimposition of self, and it is something which should be known. And if we are not knowing it, then any kind of act, we are saying that moral acts cannot be totally moral. These all acts are avidya or agyan. So what is the difference between knowledge and cultivation? So value education is a product of cultivation, bringing about a virtuous character through repeated action, habitual. Advait place this within the order of karma, which cannot produce liberation. So liberation liberation is fundamental goal of values in India or in different kinds of higher order philosophy. But he is arguing that this kind of value education, which is fundamentally based on karma, cannot lead us to liberation. Uh, karma, karma can produce, modify, purify, but operates only upon what is yet to be brought about. What is knowledge? Knowledge accomplishes already accomplished, reveals the ever free self by removing ignorance, not by adding virtues. In our Gita, Bhagavad Gita, slok number 4.37, it's argued that the knowledge is like fire, which uh, which burns down ignorance and ashes remains, and these actions are ashes. So in Upanishad, basically I took 15 slokas from different Upanishads, from Bhashyas, to articulate that this fundamental what is the view of moral education or moral thinking in Advait Vedanta. I cannot present all these 15 to 16 slokas in my PPT because I have time foundations. So I am trying to present some of important slokas. One of these from Kathopanishad. Nayam Atma Prachin Labhyo na Medhaya na Bahuna Susutten. That self cannot be reached by teaching intellect as much learning. Basically saying that without knowing self, nothing can be obtained which is morally worthy, or which is something morally valuable. In our Chandogya Upanishad, Tattvamasi is something which is very important in our cultural roots beyond three gunas. Gita says that abundant all dharma take refuge in me alone. Basically, it is saying that there is something we need to understand, that karma is not absolute thing. Karma is something which is medium, and liberation which we gain, which we obtain after the karma, is something which belongs to a realm where karma does not exist. So value duality beyond duality. So it's basically saying that paravidya aparavidya. This is the concept of Mandukya Upanishad, that there are lower knowledge or higher knowledge. What is lower knowledge? Vedas, rituals, conventional thinking, our physics, chemistry, mathematics. These are aparavidya. And what is paravidya? That knowledge of something is imperishable, which cannot be perished by time or space. So basically, we are saying that if we are approaching value education as something as a commodity which can be transferred from one person to another person, so there is fundamental presumption of duality. And if there is duality, then the absolute nirgun cannot be obtained. Absolute oneness with Brahma cannot be obtained. So we need to transcend this duality, and we can transcend this duality by the we cannot transcend this duality by the medium of action. Action must be seized. So what is preparatory legitimacy of values? Advait does not dismiss ethics. Sankara requires sadhana chatushtha. Discrimination, dispassion are sixfold inner wealth, yearning for liberation as qualification of for inquiry. Purify, qualify, and transcends. Means action belong to stage first, where it purifies it purifies our inner self, and we are fit for attaining that liberation, and then we transcend these actions. So Sankara is not Sankara's theory is not questioning, not rejecting our understanding of moral education. Instead, it's questioning that we should not take as these moral actions as ends. We take this as a means to attain that end, which is liberation. So they are towards a self-transcending pedagogy. What is the danger? An education that cultivates virtues may, by that success, fortify the ahankara, and producing that refinement, moral self-image more gratifying to ego than honest confusion. I am virtuous can be more tenacious bondage than I am flawed. So, what is the contemporary relevance of this this view? I want to put forward in from Western perspective. Postmodernism is also questioning our understanding of moral education, because morality is something which is context dependent. Foucault, Derrida, these are the thinkers who questions that the fundamental morality is shaped by some states to rule over people. So there cannot be any fundamental moral actions which can be taught to person, and we can say that our society is virtuous and morally right. So we have to understand that we must have uh, we must have different things, different options which we can refer to, and Advait is something which can be taken as new theory which can give us a way to approach value education or moral education. So this is the fundamental relevance of uh, Advait Vedant or Advait Vedant in terms of moral education. Uh, it's a Shwet Ketu returns from. It's a warning from uh, one of the famous Upanishad, that when Shwet Ketu returns from 12 years of study and thinking that he knows everything, and if when his father questions about Paravidya, then he says that I don't know anything. So there are something which is beyond knowing, which is beyond action, and this should be considered in our education and moral education as well. So what is the conclusion? Conclusion is that Advait Vedant neither simplifies support or not simply reject value education. It accepts the practical while overturning the presupposition that would render it self-sufficient. So value education assumes that value transmits, moral self is real, efficiency is instructional, the good individual is end. What is Advait answer? Advait answer is that self is avidya, avidya's product, liberation is revealed, not produced. Values are apara, the end lies beyond the axiological frame. Contribution, what is the contribution of Advait in the particular field of moral education? It is not a new technique of moral instruction, but a reordering of question from how to form better selves, how to know the self we already are. So thank you, organizers and audience, to give me opportunity present my idea. Thank you.
So may I present? Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. May I?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. Yes, ma'am.
My number is 14.
Serial number 14.
14.
Okay, ma'am. Please start.
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Runa Paul.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please start on the finance.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is my presentation seen? Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Hello, and a hearty good evening, happy Sunday to everybody, and especially to Rajesh sir. Congratulations for organizing such a wonderful, presentations of all the researchers. So coming back to the point, my topic is adaptive steps in teaching and learning with special reference to inclusive classrooms. Okay. The basic objectives of my paper is that, to bring about variety of strategies to bring the students in the classroom in order to increase the attendance in the school, in order to increase the presentation of more and more students in the school. This is my basic objective. And one more objective is there, that how can teachers use variety of strategies to teach in the classroom so that it becomes very exciting, so that it becomes very, very, learning for the students. Because in India, in the context of the public school and private school, we can see that in private schools, more students are there, whereas in government schools or in public schools, the dropout is very high. So that is the basic aim of my paper, that how we can bring more and more students in the classroom, how we teachers, especially the Asian teachers, can bring teaching more interactive, more engaging.
This is the basic objective of my paper. Yes, the methods which I have used over here are primary and secondary, as well as I have used my own personal observation method also, which is basically, all about how the students are understanding any concept in the classroom. Yes, let me see. Right. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, fine. So the next aspect, which is very important, is the result and discussion. What I have found in my PPT is, in my research paper, is that when we use variety of methods in the classroom, the teaching becomes very, very innovative, very interesting. So what are methods we have to use in our classroom, especially we Asian teachers, so that we can bring more students in the classroom? First, I call it as the 3D method. That is the model method. And the model method says that why don't we use models, projects in the classroom, 3D models, in order to describe the concept to the students? This is the first thing. Second one is, yes, see and sing. Well, see and sing is all about audiovisual methods. So audiovisual methods are very, very attractive. Even in higher education also, I have seen many of them using it. And that is the very, very, interesting and exciting method to bring the children into the classroom. The other method, which is, yes, in this see and sing method, what is basically happening is that, music. Everybody's talking about song, music. Yes, we need to bring all these things to the very primary level where the children are basically, are very much interested in learning in all these things, right? And the next method, which is basically I'm going to talk about, is the method of smile. In the school level, especially in the school level, in order to reduce the stress, in order to reduce the anxiety of the students, it is very important that mindfulness should be there by the trainers, by the teachers, so that students don't get a feeling of anxiety in their classroom. This is something which is very important. And yes, everybody's talking about yoga. Yoga is very important, and today is International Yoga Day. And this yoga is also enhancing, the interest of the students. It is creating a habit of learning in the classroom. And when students perform the yoga, we have observed that there is a different kind of feeling in the classroom, where the students are all interested in learning also. And as well as they try to come up with variety of creative and conceptual ideas. The next very important strategy, which the trainers can use to make their learners more, engaging, is that the trainers have to bring about experiential learning, which is very, very important in the present context, in the present scenario. Because experiential learning is something which is related with the present day life, as well as with the concepts which are present in the printed form in the books. This is one thing which I feel that it is very important for all the trainers to bring about in the classroom. And of course, the nature. The nature has a lot to teach. The nature can teach everything, the values. Many of them has presented papers on their value education also. So nature can bring the student the real learning aspect. With the help of nature, I mean to say that we need to take out the students in the open air, in the environment where trees are there, where the natural aspects of everything is there for the students to learn. This is something which is very important. And yes, in the present scenario, in the context of NEP 2020, in the context of the educational institutions who are talking that creativity
should be there, who are talking about critical thinking. So this is something which is very important. What type of critical thinking, what type of creativity we trainers have to develop in the student, that also is very important. That also is a very, very important major concept which everybody should understand. Because bookish knowledge, the rote learning, in especially in India, we are giving importance, whereas in the Western countries, they are not giving importance to the rote learning. They're giving more importance to the practical aspect, so that more and more employability can be there, so that more and more people can, get jobs. So as teachers of the Asian areas, we have to do more practical work. We have to give more project-based work to our students. Classroom learning, presentation of papers, students have to learn that. We have to encourage students, the young minds who can come up with novel ideas, who can come up with new variety of ideas. And this kind of platform, will help them to propel, will help them to come up with variety of exciting ideas, with exciting problem solutions. This is what we need. This is the need of the hour. So this was the crux of my paper. This is what I basically wanted to present to everybody, that we trainers are the one who are creating the future generation. We are the one who are basically working to develop the nation. And NEP 2020, higher education aspects, they want us to come out of the classrooms, to come out of our own bookish ideas and help the students to develop their skills. If skill development is not there, I don't think so. A country like India will grow. We have to work harder so that our present generation can excel and can move ahead. Thank you. And this is what I wanted to say through my paper. Thanks a lot, and have a nice day to everybody. Thank you, Brajesh sir, for giving everybody a platform to present their papers, to express their views. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please send all presentation presenters PPT on conference mail. If any want to presentation.
Yes, sir. May I?
तो कोई और presentation करना चाहता है, जिनका लिस्ट में नाम आप लोगों को अपना presentation दे सकते हैं.
Yes, sir. May I
Yes,
present?
मंदाकिनी में.
Yes,
आपका
sir.
लिस्ट में नाम है ना?
23.
Okay, ma'am. Please start. Only 4 minutes.
Okay, sir. So, good evening, everyone. I am Mandakini, an MA Economics student from Department of Economics. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Today, I'll be presenting my research on financial inclusion and inclusive growth in India, opportunities and challenges. This study examines how access to financial services contributes to economic development and social equity in India. Financial inclusion means ensuring that all individuals, regardless of income or location, have access to affordable financial services such as bank accounts, credit, insurance, pensions, and digital payments. In India, many people, particularly in rural areas, remained excluded from formal banking for decades. Government initiatives like PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Digital India, and UPI have significantly expanded financial access. The basic idea is that access to financial services encourages savings and investments, which increase economic participation and ultimately led to inclusive growth and improved living standards. The study has 5 main objectives: to understand the concept and importance of financial inclusion, to assess the current status of financial inclusion in India, to analyze its role in promoting inclusive economic growth, to identify major challenges affecting financial inclusion, and to suggest measures for strengthening financial inclusion policies and programs. Thus, this study is based on secondary data collected from reliable sources such as RBI reports, government publications, research papers, and academic journals. A descriptive and analytical approach was used to examine trends, policies, and outcomes related to financial inclusion in India. The methodology helped in understanding both quantitative progress and qualitative impacts. This framework explains how financial inclusion contributes to inclusive growth. The process begins with access to financial services, which promote savings, credit availability, and digital financial participation. These factors improve investment opportunities and economic productivity. As a result, employment generation, entrepreneurship, poverty reduction, and financial independence increase. Ultimately, these outcomes contribute to sustainable and inclusive economic development. The key insight is that financial inclusion acts as a bridge between financial access and equitable growth. India has made remarkable increase in financial inclusion. Bank accounts ownership has increased significantly, especially through PM Jan Dhan Yojana. Digital financial services such as UPI and mobile banking have transformed the payment ecosystem. Rural populations now have greater access to banking, correspondence, microfinance, and credit facilities. Women's participation in the formal financial system has also increased, promoting greater financial independence. The graph shows the steady growth of PM Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, reflecting the success of inclusion initiatives. Now, government initiatives. Several government initiatives have accelerated financial inclusion. These includes PM Jan Dhan Yojana, Digital India, UPI and mobile banking, Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, direct benefit transfer, financial literacy programs. Together, these initiatives have reduced barriers to financial access and strengthened participation in the formal economy. Now, benefits of financial inclusion. It has multiple benefits. It reduces poverty, promotes savings habits, improves access to credit, and supports entrepreneurship. It also strengthens women empowerment, encourages digital transactions, and improves economic resilience. Overall, it creates opportunities for individuals to participate more effectively in economic activities and improve their quality of life. Some challenges. Despite progress, several challenges remain. These include low financial literacy, inadequate digital infrastructure, internet connectivity issues, and regional disparities. Addressing these challenges is essential for achieving universal financial inclusions. To strengthen financial inclusion, efforts should focus on expanding financial literacy programs, improving digital infrastructure in rural areas, strengthening cybersecurity and consumer protection, increasing access to affordable credit, promoting women's financial participation, enhancing coordination between government, banks, fintech companies. These measures can make financial services more accessible and effective. To conclude, financial inclusion is a powerful tool for achieving inclusive growth in India. Government initiatives and digital innovations have significantly expanded access to financial services. However, challenges related to literacy, infrastructure, and accessibility still need attention. With continued policy support and technological advancement, financial inclusion can play a crucial role in creating a more equitable and sustainable economy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next, if any want to present it, yesterday and today session, अगर कोई और प्रेजेंटेशन करना चाहता है तो अपना कुछ रख सकते हैं. फिर हम ये सत्र के समापन की ओर बढ़ेंगे। Okay, thank you very much all participants for joining this 2 days international conference, Yoga, Music, Health, Culture, Education and Science, organized by Social Student Teacher Forum Indonesia, Global Forum for Peace and Development, and Bliss Education Center Indonesia, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association, SEL International, organized by 2 days conference में आप सभी एक्सपर्ट और जो हमारे प्रेजेंटेशन थे और प्रतिभागी थे, आप सभी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आप सभी हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े। और अभी 4:59 हो रहा है, 5 बजे तक आप हमें समय दिया, तो देर से आप सब हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े, उसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। समय समय पे ऐसे ही कार्यक्रम करते हुए हैं और उसमें आप सभी जुड़ते हैं, उसके लिए मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि हमारा जो एसोसिएशन है, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट स्टडी, सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन, तो लगातार एक कॉन्फ्रेंस वीकली मंथली करता रहता है, जो रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के क्षेत्र में लगभग 10 सालों से काम कर रहा है। और ये हमारी जो एसोसिएशन है, इंटरनेशनल सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन, तो लगभग 44 देशों में, भारत के साथ साथ 44 देशों में भी काम कर रहा है। जो हमारे इंटरनेशनल स्पीकर्स जो हमें लगातार कॉन्फ्रेंस में सपोर्ट भी करते हैं, जिससे स्कॉलर्स टीचर्स को इससे फायदा भी मिलता है। कि हमारे एसोसिएशन लगभग 200 से अधिक कॉन्फ्रेंस राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कर चुका है। अभी हमारे 14 डेट्स का अभी जो हमारा नेक्स्ट कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम भी कर रहा है हमारे रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट स्टडी, जो नेक्स्ट जुलाई में रहेगा 14 डेज का, उसमें भी आप पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। तो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 एंड डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव हायर एजुकेशन, ये हमारा कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें हमारे राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वक्ता जुड़ेंगे उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में। जो NEP 2020 और हायर एजुकेशन के उस पर अपना जो अच्छे वक्ता हैं उनको हम जोड़ेंगे, कुलपति, प्रोफेसर, प्रिंसिपल्स रहेंगे, उसमें भी आप पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। जो हमारा 2 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस था, इसमें हमने स्टार्टिंग में ही बोला था कि बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशंस का अवार्ड भी देने वाले हैं। कल भी हमारा 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशंस थे और आज भी हमारा जो 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशंस था, जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट के थ्रू अभी जैसे ही नाम आता है, मैं भी उसको उनसे 3 मिनट्स में नाम अनाउंस करने वाला हूँ। मैं 2 मिनट्स में बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन के अनाउंस करूंगा और उसके बाद हम सेशन को यहीं पे समाप्त करेंगे। जो हमारे 2 दिन का बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन था, हमारे एक्सपर्ट ने नाम भेजा है, तो बस मैं 1 मिनट में नाम अनाउंस करने वाला हूँ। तो बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन डे 1 और डे 2 था, और इसमें हमारा बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स का भी अवार्ड था। जो भी मैं अभी हमने बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स था, तो अभी हमारे एसोसिएशन ने भी 1 बेस्ट पेपर भी अभी सिलेक्ट किया है। बाकी जो 2 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स रहेगा, वो हम आफ्टर 25 जून के बाद वो डिसाइड करेंगे। अभी हमने ओनली 1 पेपर डिसाइड किया है, और भी हमारे पास अच्छे पेपर्स आएंगे तो हम उसको बाद में करेंगे। अभी हमने 1 पेपर ही डिस्कस किया है। ओके, मेरे पास लिस्ट आ गया है। जो हमारे बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स, इसको हमारे संस्था ने 2 बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स अभी डिसाइड किया है। 1 पेपर हम आफ्टर 25 करेंगे। जो हमारा बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर्स का है, सीरियल नंबर 40 नीता नीता अकोटर मैम है, जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर है, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट लॉ, नासिक महाराष्ट्र से है। जो सेकंड बेस्ट पेपर है हितेश केशवानी सर है, जो सीरियल नंबर 24 है। जो हमारा बेस्ट, आप सभी को बधाई, जो हमारा डे 1 का बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन है सीरियल नंबर 5 विश्वजीत विश्वजीत सारंगी सर है, जो सीरियल नंबर 5 है, फ्रॉम उड़ीसा से है। जो सेकंड है सीरियल नंबर 12 नेहा गोयल, रिसर्च स्कॉलर ऑफ साइकोलॉजी, श्री रामस्वरूप यूनिवर्सिटी। जो थर्ड हमारा जो बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन था कल डे 1 का, डॉक्टर रक्षा बड़गैया मैम है, जो सीरियल नंबर 3 है। आप सभी को बधाई। और जो आज का जो हमारा डे सेकेंड का है सीरियल नंबर 36 डॉक्टर रेम्या एस मैडम है, जो असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ऑफ कॉमर्स है, एर्नाकुलंडा केरला से है मैम। जो नेक्स्ट है जो आज के हमारा बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन सीरियल नंबर 17 डॉक्टर खुशबू बाफना, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर ऑफ कॉमर्स, उज्जैन मध्य प्रदेश। जो हमारा थर्ड है बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन पेज सेकेंड का सीरियल नंबर 41 वंदना गर्ग मैडम है, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, पंजाब इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, पंजाब से है मैम। आप सभी को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन। बाकी जो हमारे बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन सभी पार्टिसिपेट्स को अच्छा था। बाकी जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट जो थे, 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन का नाम अनाउंस किया है। आप सभी को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, आप धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। बाकी जो सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा था, लेकिन हमने स्टार्टिंग में ही बोला था कि 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन का करेंगे, तो उसको हिसाब से हमने 3 नाम अनाउंस किया है। बाकी हमारा नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस भी रहेगा, उसमें भी आप सही पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं। उसमें भी हमारे घर कॉन्फ्रेंस बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन का रहता है। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप सभी को 2 डेज में प्रेजेंटेशन का सर्टिफिकेट व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप और ईमेल के माध्यम से प्रोवाइड किए जाएंगे। कल या 23 तारीख तक आपको व्हाट्सएप और ईमेल पे, अगर आप में से किसी का नेम, कॉलेज नेम, टाइटल, सब्जेक्ट में कोई प्रॉब्लम है, तो हमारे व्हाट्सएप नंबर और मेल के माध्यम से अपना सही डिटेल भेज सकते हैं, जिससे आपका सर्टिफिकेट एक बार में सही बन जाएगा। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप सभी फुल पेपर्स भी 30 तारीख तक भेज सकते हैं, जिसको हम इंटरनेशनल पीयर रिव्यू जर्नल में पब्लिश करने वाले हैं। उसका हार्ड कॉपी भी दिया जाएगा आपको। तो आप जिसने फुल पेपर्स नहीं भेजा है, तो 30 तारीख तक अपना फुल पेपर भेज सकते हैं। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच कि आप सभी हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े और प्रेजेंटेशन और पार्टिसिपेट किया। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड दिस सेशन आप सभी
थैंक्स सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक्स सर।
सर प्लीज ये रिपीट करेंगे क्या, ये सर्टिफिकेट कब मिलेगा?
तो टुमारो या 23 को हम 2 डेज में सर्टिफिकेट प्रोवाइड कर देंगे, मेल और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में।
ओके, थैंक्स।
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir.